There we go. I guess I can throw on that Cenk Uygur thing. It's weird though, because somebody had to put up a background, I guess, so that it didn't get taken down. So I'm like wondering, is it even legit? I mean, it seems legit. It's recent, but they haven't released it yet, apparently. So I don't know what the deal is. Anyhow, it's reasonably entertaining. I was watching earlier today. I watched like 10 minutes of it. It'll do for the time being.
Can have a little bit of influence on a broader conversation.
And
what else
sound is
can you
shitty.
do when the president of the United States is leading us into the most disastrous policy imaginable, and I'm on record having supported the guy? What can I say other than, yeah, I shouldn't have done that, and this is terrible, and let me try in my little part to rally as many people that I can to give pushback to this, and not due to my influence, but just in a very good turn of events, and because some people have shown real integrity, and also because I think there's a certain desire amongst the people. But we've seen a lot of very influential MAGA figures really say that they will not put up with this and they will not support this. And I think that's something that should be celebrated by everybody who is against the absolute catastrophe that a further escalating war in Iran would be. And look, it's not as if Donald Trump doesn't have to run for re-election. He does have midterms coming up, and he does need his coalition to some degree in order to get his agenda through. But the only thing that many of us can do at this point is try our best to create a situation where there will be a cost to be paid for him doing this. And so I think that it's been pretty clear. I mean, look, it's pretty remarkable. Forget me, but like figures like Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk are all out there right now saying you will destroy your coalition if you do this. You will absolutely split MAGA into a civil war against each other. And so that is, if you think about it in the game of politics, you know, a huge cost to be imposed on somebody. And so right in this, I thought that it was very important for the sense of tyranny and force. And that doesn't, by the way, I'm not even saying some libertarians might argue, and I would probably agree, that there might be some legitimate functions that could be done by an instrument of tyranny and force. But nonetheless, that is what they are by their very nature. And I think that the people essentially are under duress by their government. And voting to me is a strategic, you know, option. You could, as Walter Block, who's a libertarian economist, he used the example of if you were in a concentration camp and they gave you a vote over who your guard is going to be. Now, that doesn't mean that you endorse being in a concentration camp or you endorse everything that this guard is going to do. You're simply saying, I think this guard is going to be a little bit more just than that guard is. Now, I supported Donald Trump for several reasons. Number one, I thought that it was very important for the country that the Democrats take a loss. This was, I was very clear on this from the very beginning that I thought this was the most important issue. There was just, the Democrats to me had just gone so far on so many issues, whether it was, even though Republicans were bad, I mean, Democrats were leading the charge on championing lockdowns and vaccine mandates and just the insane COVID hysteria, the insane woke hysteria, which I think was like a neoliberal takeover of the left. And the Democrats were leading the push for that. Then on top of that, there was the war in Ukraine that they went all in on, while the Republicans were at least rhetorically substantially better than them on. Then they had a senile president who they lied to the American people and told wasn't senile. Then they tried to, after denying a primary, after rigging the previous two primaries, they then wouldn't even let you vote on the next substitute candidate. I mean, you know all this stuff, Cenk. So I just thought this was so overwhelming. They needed to lose. I thought it was an incredible blow to the corporate media. I think one that they'll never recover from was Donald Trump winning a second time and kind of the podcast scene ushering him in. So I thought there were lots of cultural issues and bigger issues for the country. I felt like Donald Trump winning would be better than Kamala Harris winning. And then on top of that, I guess I reserved a little bit of hope that, hey, things looked a little bit different this time. He had Tulsi Gabbard and Bobby Kennedy and you know, a lot of these different figures. Tucker Carlson had some influence on him, who's really great on a lot of the foreign policy issues. And Joe Rogan helped get him into the White House. Maybe he could have some influence. There was just, it seemed to me that there were more possibilities with Donald Trump for something positive happen. And I would also add, he had been burned by the system in a unique way. And I thought maybe he would be a little bit different this time around. And also, he had been totally betrayed by Netanyahu after that, when Netanyahu
I'll
came
tell you
out and
what bothers
congratulated Joe
me. What
Biden for
bothers
winning
me
the
about
election
these
before
libertarians,
our media.
all they do is bitch and complain. They never have anything positive to contribute. Matter of fact, they never have anything to contribute. They just bitch and moan and say, wait, don't do that. This isn't good. Don't do that. You know, never mind the fact that we have to move forward, whether we like it or not. Things change and we have to move forward. If it was up to them, we would still be living in grass huts. You know, these guys, they're fucking idiots. You know, and I get being against the government, but the government does have its place. You know, he's like, protect us from, you know, their tyranny, the government's tyranny. It's like, no, chaos is worse than tyranny. The government is here to protect us from each other and to enforce laws. So, and it's like, they act like there's no saving grace, there's nothing good about it. And it's like, well, you know, humans didn't just invent governments for the hell of it. You know, people were sick of being robbed, raped, you know, brutalized. I mean, we have it for a reason. It's a necessary evil. But to hear them talk, it's like Satan incarnate and it's only bad. Nothing good can come of it. And it's like, that's bullshit, dude. That's total bullshit. You know, there are a few things that it does well. It upholds laws pretty, you know, there's a few things. Our society isn't completely unredeemable.
Even calling the election for Joe Biden. So anyway, I thought maybe there's a shot he'd be a little bit better. And I thought with all the factors, I put in on, I'm going to support this guy.
Yeah, so
I've never
look, there's plenty
heard
that
Dave
I disagree
Smith
with you on that analysis, and there's
put
plenty I
forth
agree with you
any
on that
sort of
analysis.
policies,
The Democrats
any
did lie to the
ideas,
country.
nothing.
Joe Biden was too old, and it was absurd. Corporate media did lie, and
What's
corporate
going
media,
on?
I love that they were defeated. That's why that tweet that people found to be controversial, I was not 1% happy that Donald Trump won. But I said after that he won, we were out of the establishment prison and in the populist woods. And I prefer to be in the populist woods than in the establishment prison. And that prison was set by corporate media, mainstream media, etc. And so now there's a jailbreak. That's why we're in the conversation we are about Iran. They say, of course you have to go to war with Iran. Who do you think you are? You know, if Israel commands us to go, you must go, right? But now independent media is saying no, and that's what we're united about. That's what we're going to get to in a second. But you did mention one thing there that drew my interest.
Dave
Super
Smith,
quick, because I really want to talk about the war. But, you know,
and
you
what's
said,
funny is Dave Smith, he's like most people's first foray into politics, or at least conservative politics. My little brother was watching Dave Smith at like 14. I shit you not. So, you know, to my mind, you know, he's like a starter. You know, he's a starter creator, a starter influencer. You know, Nick is like a seasoned, you know, he's where you get after years of dealing with the, you know, wading through the bullshit. Dave Smith is where you start when you're just learning, you're just starting out. Just my 2 cents anyhow.
Libertarian, don't like the militarization, worried about the tyranny of government, etc. So are you opposed to the Marines in LA?
Well, I mean, no. I think that's a little bit different of a question. And
really?
I don't, generally speaking, I don't like the government doing anything. And I don't like our government being so militarized. I've been an opponent of the militarization of the police for many years at this point. I do think that
present any
there
alternatives.
Is, and look, this could be a whole topic that we talk quite a lot about, but the riots of 2020 and things like that, I simply do not believe should be allowed to happen. And I also don't think that they're very organic in nature. I think that there are there's big business behind a lot of these things and big money behind a lot of these events. And listen, when protests turn violent, I think that that does need to be stopped, and whatever that takes. I'd prefer it doesn't take the military to do that, but I am not. I am not for violence in the street. I'm not for destroying people's property. I'm not. I mean, I thought it was an absolute outrage in 2020 that we're society. We have this militarized police and all of this stuff, and the one time that there might be a legitimate need for it, they just stand down and allow dozens of people to be murdered and thousands to be.
Yeah, it's live. Still there. I wouldn't
also
let
think
you
it's
guys
appalling
like
when cops are spraying pepper spray into nonviolent protests and things like that. But I don't have much tolerance for riots.
Okay, good. So neither do I. I believe in nonviolence. We're going to talk about that in the context of the war protests in a minute. But good, because otherwise we've established that we really do disagree on other issues, right? I think the Marines in LA is an abomination, and I think you're totally wrong about that, especially as a libertarian. I think that, as you saw the 22 corporations that sponsor the military parade, our military has gotten corporatized. And so if you're worried about...
I'm against the parade.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So the U.S. military in the streets is exactly the tyranny of government that you guys were worried about.
But okay, so we disagree on
things. Good. Okay, now let's talk about things we agree on, right? It's called being an American.
About Israel before
and I want everybody
to
know, and these days, especially on the left, I love you guys, okay? But Americans are allowed to disagree on different things and agree on others. I know it's a revolutionary thought, but we're doing a revolution here. Okay, so you and I both agree we should not go into Iran. And you said you went as far as saying impeached. You still believe that today, and why?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, look,
I don't get this.
At this point,
impeaching Donald Trump, like this guy has been the first to scream impeach, like in the last 12 years, and it's just like, bro, you know how many times a president has been impeached? Less than half a dozen, and you've called for him to be impeached like 3 times. Like, what the fuck is your deal, dude? I mean, wake up, man. It's for high crimes and misdemeanors. I mean, Bill Clinton this didn't happen to Bill Clinton, and the guy got a blowjob in the Oval Office, for goodness sakes.
Look, Jake, with a lot of these things, what do I have? I don't have any power over actual government policy, but I have a little bit of an audience, and then I have an influence on some people who have audiences, and so I can have a little bit of influence on a broader conversation. And what else can you do when the President of the United States is leading us into the most disastrous policy imaginable, and I'm on record having supported the guy? What can I say other than, yeah, I shouldn't have done that, and this is terrible, and let me try in my little part to rally as many people that I can to give pushback to this, and not
this
due
guy,
to
he doesn't have any nuance. He can't wait and see. He's got to make his decision now. Oh, things are terrible. This is awful. Nothing's even happened yet, bro. Why don't you just shut the fuck up and listen? Wait and listen like everybody else. Quit trying to be some fucking fortune teller, because you ain't, bro. Like, you don't know what the hell's going to happen. Nothing is terrible. At least wait. We have plenty of things to complain about. Why the I don't know. He really rubs me the wrong way.
But just
he's all right, but he just rubs me the wrong way.
In a very good turn of events, and because some people have shown real integrity, and also because I think there's a certain desire amongst the people. But we've seen a lot of very influential MAGA figures really say that they will not put up with this and they will not support this. And I think that's something that should be celebrated by everybody who is against the absolute catastrophe that a further escalating. And look, it's not as if Donald Trump doesn't have to run for re-election. He does have midterms coming up, and he does need his coalition to some degree in order to get his agenda through. But the only thing that many of us can do at this point is try our best to create a situation where there will be a cost to be paid for him doing this. And so I think that it's been pretty clear. I mean, look, it's pretty remarkable. Forget me, but like figures like Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk are all out there right now saying you will destroy your coalition if you do this. You will absolutely split MAGA into a civil war against each other. And so that is, if you think about it in the game of politics, you know, a huge cost to be imposed on somebody. And so right in this very prescient moment, the fact that that cost is being imposed, I think is a great thing. And if I can play any part in that, then I'm happy to do it. And also, Cenk, is something that I think me and you kind of have in common. I don't know, man, when I get on these shows and I start talking, I'm just going to say what I think is true, you know? And so, you know, I didn't even like really plan out that I was going to say on Breaking Points the other day, like, I regret supporting him and he should be impeached or whatever. It was just like, I mean, I kind of knew it might happen because that's how I felt. But then I just started talking to Sager and Crystal, and, you know, that's how I feel.
I mean, I get what he's saying.
Should he
you know,
be
Dave Smith,
impeached and removed? I mean, come on.
His takes aren't
it's so obvious. I mean,
you know,
he's actually, like essentially saying, and I don't know what the real story is here because
he actually kind
reports,
of understands things
when
they go down.
Either way, that he was negotiating with Iran to sucker them,
he's
to
just
distract
against
them, so Israel could launch.
That's my problem with him. The guy is not pro anything. He's just con
aggressive attack
it's
against a
like,
sovereign
dude,
nation.
Are you for anything?
No,
what direction do you think we should go in?
Zelensky, where he
or do you just think that we should not go in a direction at all? Like, dismantle the government,
which he never even got, and then
everybody just be radical individuals.
On Biden,
radical
and
individuals.
Sent the weapons package in anyway. That's impeachable.
It's no plan
January
at all.
6th is impeachable.
It's like, bro, just shut up, man. If all you're gonna do is
absolutely
complain
disastrous
and
regime change,
you're not gonna put forth
on behalf
an
of
idea.
a foreign
At least
nation. I don't know.
Jake,
you know, I've heard it said before. I don't know who coined the phrase, but
I'll take that over Dave Smith.
Anything the Congress decides, well, okay. Well, if our Congress wasn't a bunch of hack, corrupt,
he's just a negative
monsters,
Nancy.
This seems like maybe something they should pick. Maybe this should be the thing that you impeach a president over.
Dude, I can't believe this guy's talking about him
having an affair and lying about it. That's for sure.
Yeah, unquestionable about that.
You don't
so
just
let's see if we can unite the
president because you don't like him.
So we're starting with progressives and libertarians here, right? So, Dave, I came up with an idea. I'm going to run it by you. You're the first person I'm running it by. Let's see if we can get agreement on it and see what we can do going forward, right?
Get over it.
The idea is called Operation Consequences. And so the first step was going to be having us pick champions for our side and have them introduce the War Power Resolution Act, right? And good news, since there are champions,
trying
to
predict an NBA trade. Yeah, trying to predict shit that nobody can predict. It's impossible.
I would have picked
to
Bernie
predict
Sanders,
foreign
and Thomas
policy
Massie and Bernie Sanders have introduced legislation to bring the power of war back to Congress, which is where the Constitution has it, right? So let's get back to our constitutional system. Let's get back to war. So step one's already done.
I can agree with that
because that's what champions are made of.
I can agree with that there.
So okay, step two is a pledge that if anybody votes yes on this resolution, that we never vote for them again, ever, ever, ever.
See, he's putting forth.
You can tell me you're great on every other issue.
Things.
Really
this is what we do.
You vote yes on this war,
I respect
and we're done with you forever. What do you think?
100%. Yes.
See.
Okay. So we set up a site.
I respect Cenk.
Just directs back to a pledge. We're going to do more and more as we go along. but the pledge is to never vote for anyone who voted yes on this war. And it's called UnitedAgainstWar.com, and we'll have the link down below, UnitedAgainstWar.com, okay? So now, here's a reason to do a pledge. If it turns out, Dave, that it's just me and you, and we ask, our audience, you ask your audience, I'm part of the problem. We both talk about it in all the shows we go on, but we just can't get to like 1 million people that sign the pledge. People aren't going to take it seriously. Oh, 12,000 people. That's nice, but it's not going to work, right? And maybe, Dave, what we wind up doing is, Al Capone's vault here. Like, you remember Geraldo made a big deal about it, hyped it up, and then it turns out there wasn't anything in it, right?
Man. I'm not going to knock you.
But if you get to 1 million, or 2 million voters who say they will never vote for someone who votes for this war.
Same as I'm entitled to bitch about it.
Now all of a sudden a little bit of concern starts to creep in. And mainstream media starts to go, who are these rabble-rousers? And how dare they be against this war? So now I'm going to get to the next steps in a second. But
it sucks. They
a mass of people promising
a lot of their power,
like a new voting bloc, totally divorced from the parties. And this is really important. Dave, what I'm saying is do it in your primaries. So nobody's doing unilateral surrender to the other side, right? So if a Democrat votes for this war, you must go vote in a primary against them, right? And if a Republican votes for this war, same thing. Go in a Republican primary and vote against them. Does that part make sense?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah. So now, the most important part is the actual accountability, right? And that has 2 phases. So first part of the accountability is
he was saying that
I hope we get volunteers. We do Operation Hope, TYT.com/hope. But you can volunteer in any way, shape, or form. You don't have to volunteer. You can just do it on your own, right? Find your local congressman, find your senator, and just ask them, right? And you'd be shocked at how easy it is. Just Google it, find out who they are, email or phone, and ask them, are you in favor of the War Powers Resolution? And Dave, what's great about this resolution is the president can't veto it. It's a congressional power in the Constitution, right? And they must vote on it in 15 days. So it sits in committee usually for 15 days, and it's a privileged bill. So it's going to get a vote, and everyone's going to go on the record. That is why pressuring people to and basically what you're doing, Dave, is a public service announcement to your members of Congress, to your representatives. Hey guys, just know that if you vote yes, we're going to vote against you the rest of our lives. I'm just letting you know, you can do whatever you want with that information. I know you're going to get a check. I know you're going to get a check from AIPAC to vote yes, right? But it's going to cost you this number of votes. Again, does that seem logical to you?
Yeah, of course. All of this is the most obvious and logical stuff. I'm thrilled that you're putting it together like this.
All right, UnitedAgainstWar.com. So finally, the last part is the part where, and I'm asking you like genuinely, what do we think? Is it going to happen? Are people going to rise up? Or are they going to go back to tribalism? Honestly, and they're just going to go, well, no, I mean, I don't want to say no because of Trump and because my party, and oh, but the Democrat leadership says we should vote yes, blah, blah, blah. Or are there going to be real consequences? Are the American people going to rise up enough that we cost them a bunch of seats? And totally not related to anything partisan. No, this is just a voting bloc on a single issue. It's direct democracy. You vote this way and you're done. What do you think? Does it have a prayer of working?
All right. So this is interesting, and I always want to be a little bit humble when I'm predicting what's going to happen next, because predicting the future is always a tough business, and there's sometimes things will be so obvious that you could predict, like hey, if you shut down the economy and print dollars, that's going to have some negative impacts on the economy. Like, okay, there's some things you can predict, but there's some things that are tougher, and there's a lot going on here, and we don't know everything. I'll say this: there is the Hawks right now are celebrating the success of this this war 5 days into it. That's always the case. They always celebrate it right away. They always, every single war of my lifetime, they're bragging about it as soon as it starts. It's not till it goes bad that they start admitting the truth, if they ever do. Maybe there is some chance. I've heard it argued that Iran is a better candidate for regime change than Iraq or Libya or Syria or Yemen or any of these other regime change arenas of Afghanistan that we've seen in the last 25 years. Maybe there's some sliver of a chance that the regime gets overthrown and it's not the catastrophe that it was in all of these other areas.
No
I find this to be very hard to believe, but just with the caveat that maybe there's some chance that it goes that way. It seems much, much, much more likely that it's going to be exactly what the other 6 countries in Wesley
nope.
At this point, they're in a regime change war. And I don't know. I think it's worth trying to stop it. It's worth trying to impose as big a cost on the politicians in charge if they actually do go through with this. But it seems like they've already launched a regime change war. As me and you both know, Cenk, this was never about a nuclear threat from Iran. Iran does not have nuclear weapons. Iran is not trying to get nuclear weapons. Iran has a latent deterrent. Essentially, they want to just let you know that they could enrich up to a high enough level to have nuclear weapons so you don't do what's already happened to them. Everybody involved knows that, including Netanyahu, who's lying through his teeth about that. He doesn't really think Iran's been 3 years away from a bomb for 30 years. You know what I mean? Like, he knows. And so they're in a regime change war.
This isn't the original recording. Somebody put up a fake background so that it didn't get taken down by the AI. And, because this isn't on Dave Smith or Cenk's website, and it's not out yet because I looked for the original. But I still wanted to watch it, and I think that's why the audio is so trash as well.
The whole time. Donald Trump has signed off on it. He's backing it up. The question now is, if that is the case and they go through with it, okay, there's a couple major questions. Number one is, what can Iran actually get off? And I don't know that that's completely clear. I know that back in 2007, 2008, even the Pentagon was saying we can't go to war with Iran because they can touch all of our bases and all of our embassies. They can touch Israel. They can really inflict real damage.
Because there's one woman in here or 2 women in here. I just assume they fucking leave, to be honest with you. I mean, I'd rather be able to say what I want, to whoever I want and not have to hear somebody whine about how butthurt they are. It's like, good riddance to bad rubbish. I'm good. Like, straight up.
The other puny countries we were picking on in the terror wars. Maybe things have changed a little bit since then. Maybe the technology, certainly Israel's drone strike there was something they couldn't have pulled off years ago. But I think the real question to get at the heart of what you're talking about here is, 9/11 happened in September of 2001. We invaded Iraq in 2003. They spent all of 2002 laying out this propaganda, this cover that was somewhat believable in the wake of 9/11. It was like, hey, 9/11 just happened. There's this rogue Arab, regime that was in on 9/11 and is friends with the terrorists, and he's developing nuclear weapons or has nuclear weapons, and he's going to hand them off to the terrorists, and then they're going to nuke, Al-Qaeda's going to nuke Kansas because Saddam Hussein gave them okay, now look, obviously it was all, and obviously it was not, none of it was true, and these were not Saddam Hussein's friends, and he didn't have the weapons, but at least there was a cover story there. Mm-hmm. Here, there is no cover story. This is just clearly Israel's war. And also, they don't have control of the media in the way they used to. They don't have control of the narrative. And so with guys like me and you and hundreds more like us who are all going to be telling the truth about this to pretty big audiences, I don't see how all of that works.
This is how
and
things
if we really
change,
are entering
Dave,
this phase, we're entering.
Like he just said, things were different in 2001. They had a lock on the media. It was right after 9/11. Okay, those things have changed. It requires us to stand up and say, hey, this is unacceptable. I mean, the government doesn't just change on its own. It's like okay, those things changed, but the government is just going to carry on like business as usual. It's up to us to get these fuckers pointed in a different direction. And yeah, we're going to I mean, it looks like we're going to end up getting into another war, but we're just going to have to make them pay so dearly for this that they never try it again, or never try this particular, you know, this particular trick again, this ruse. So if really, that's kind of being generous. It wasn't really even a ruse, like he said.
A new phase in America. You know, as much as we were in March of 2020, maybe even more so, this dynamic cannot stand. They can't have all of us telling the truth while they haven't even laid out a propaganda campaign if they're launching another regime change war. It just simply can't work. I don't know if they're going to try to silence us, if they're really going to weaponize the law against us, or if they're just going to fail at their mission, or there'll be a revolt. I don't know what the answer is, but I'm telling you, with all these facts on the ground, this doesn't work.
Like I said,
and so we will see. We're in a whole new time right now. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe cooler heads will prevail here. Maybe they will go back to the negotiating table. But I got to tell you, Cenk, I don't think so. I mean, every signal is that this regime change is going through. And so, again, I support doing everything we can to stop it, but I don't know what happens in the next chapter of this.
Yeah.
But it's going to be interesting.
So let's talk about the upsides that you mentioned and the downsides. So is it true that it's a regime change war? Absolutely. And notice how quickly they moved the goalposts, right? Because they started with, weapons of mass destruction. They're about to have nukes. Then instantly, Netanyahu goes on Fox News, Brett Baer asks him about it. Oh, yeah, they weren't going to get it for a whole year anyway. Okay, and I'm going to play you a Netanyahu clip if you haven't seen it yet. Daily Show put it together. Sure. I love it. So to show you what a giant liar he is. But I don't want people to lose focus. I think what Dave was saying about independent media, well, we're going to test it. This is the beginning. This is the very first day of us testing the power of independent media. Okay, so I want to come back and talk about that in a second. But I want to bring up that Netanyahu clip, because in case you didn't see it on the Young Turks show today, we're normally live 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern. Then we do interviews like this with David, 8 o'clock and other folks, right? And so we played it for you guys, but I want to play it here.
It's better that she goes.
If you're new to this, understand how much, let's be honest, the government of Israel overall, and specifically Benjamin Netanyahu, has been lying to Americans for the last 33 years. Watch.
If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time.
Who cares?
It could be a year. It could be within a few months.
They're the only ones that
wherewithal,
give a damn.
the stored up, preserved knowledge
they
to
should
make
be
a
the
bomb
ones
very
paying
quickly
for it
if they wanted to do it.
Iran is so dangerous. Weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
They're very close. They're 6 months away from being about 90% of having the enriched uranium for an atom bomb. Iran is gearing up to have to produce 25 atomic bombs a year.
I trust the Iranians more than I trust this psycho.
Ladies and gentlemen, time is running out. Iran will be capable of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 years.
And all that's bullshit.
Okay.
All the stuff he said over the years.
I'm going to get back
bullshit.
to how we're going to fix this, but in the 2006 clip, he said that they could produce 250 nuclear warheads in a decade. It's been basically 2 decades since then. So do they have 500 nuclear warheads? And Dave, the question I want to ask you, I know, look, this is a layup, but really, if you're like, I've lost every ounce of respect for mainstream media. How do you look at a clip like that and then quote Netanyahu as if he might be telling the truth the very next day, in your broadcast? So what are they supposed to, like me? I would say Netanyahu is a giant liar, and no one should ever trust a word that comes out of his mouth.
Yeah,
but mainstream media
he's not worried about what's good for us.
Nope.
What's going on?
Not
MMA?
only beloved Israel, and you have to believe him more than the terrorist Muslims, right? But at a bare minimum, they'll say 50-50. But Dave, it's not 50-50, is it? He's been trying to drag us into this war for 33 straight years.
He has.
Yeah, I don't know why this is just reminding me of this, but so I did a debate at Princeton University against Josh Hammer, who's a senior editor at Newsweek.
Scumbag.
And it was an Oxford-style debate, and I smoked him. But that's neither here nor there.
Real modest, humble.
But he, at one point, this was like his big moment in the debate, is he turned over to me in the question and answer segment, and he goes, "Hey, Dave, who do you trust more, Osama bin Laden or Benjamin Netanyahu?"
Ooh.
And I responded by saying, "I don't trust either of them." And he was like, "Whew, I think that speaks volumes." You know, like it was something so messed up that I was like, I don't trust either of those guys. But it's so funny because it's like, you look at this and you're like, yeah, you trust this guy? This guy, he's clearly, I'm sorry, this is not somebody getting it wrong. This is somebody lying through their teeth. He knows that Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. He knows that. You think he thought in the 90s that they were going to develop hundreds of nuclear warheads?
They will
so
crush
ridiculous.
your ass if
and
you
so the
fucking...
thing is that, and of course, Cenk, you know, because you've been in this position.
You stand up against them, they will crush your ass.
Well, they'll go, so what are you saying? You support
how
Hamas,
big or
you
small
support
you
Iran,
are.
or you support whoever.
They will
like,
crush
look,
you, and they say as much.
The thing isn't that like I trust Osama bin Laden more than Netanyahu because I think he's like a good person or something like that. It's just that Osama bin Laden is a fanatic who declared war against the American empire. He has no incentive to lie about that. You know, like he's telling you, like if you look out your window at night and you see a guy with a bloody knife and he's like, "I'm going to come in there and kill you," you're going to take him at his word. I think that is what he's trying to do. I'm not going to go, I don't. But Netanyahu is a politician who's trying to lure the U.S. government into war after war after war. So obviously he's incentivized to just lie and lie and lie.
Yeah.
And, to your point, it's not just that he should be treated as a liar. I mean, he should be treated by the media and the entire U.S. government as a hostile foreign combatant. I mean, he is a representative of a foreign government trying to lie. It's not just that he's lying to people. He's trying to lie the American war machine into another war. This is like a crime against humanity and a crime against our country. It is absolutely just, the idea that you could have that track record. Like, look here, even in American...
There will be a shout of freedom, a cry of freedom that hasn't been heard since at least the end of World War II, the day that Netanyahu dies. I mean, seriously, there will be a cry of freedom when that bastard is gone from this earth.
Politics. They don't, okay, there are some fringe, and when I say fringe, I mean like in terms of like who's most, the most consequential figures. There are Lindsey Grahams and some people like this, but like they know that they can't have Dick Cheney selling the next war because we're like, no, you got to go away forever. But yet Benjamin Netanyahu, who is Dick Cheney of Israel, can still come and get rounds of applause in Congress and get a warm reception in corporate media. Yes, Cenk, I mean, that's a long way to answer your question to say, yes, anybody who's giving this guy a warm welcome at this point and not treating him
still hasn't fucking put out his pre-live message.
So, and he's committed that crime now for 33 years straight, trying to hoodwink us into the Iraq war. He was one of the top neocons. Now trying to hoodwink us into the Iran war, and it's despicable no matter which country does it. Okay, and then just like in Iraq, as I was saying, they start with WMD, and then they go, just kidding, regime change.
Yep.
Exactly what they did here. Within just a couple of days after the war starts, they're like, oh, forget the nuclear facilities and the WMD. We're just kidding. Now, no, it's regime change. We have to kill the Ayatollah. We have to get rid of their government. But wait, you can kill the Ayatollah, but to your point earlier, Dave, they can just replace him with another mullah. And if they do that, then they're going to say, we're going to kill the next mullah, and then we're going to kill the next mullah.
It's never
you know what? This isn't
ending
working. We got to get on the ground. We're going to send
There's
a ground.
Always another shadow.
Well, of course,
to attack.
Right. And look, like what's crazy is that you do see a lot of the same people who were selling the war in Iraq and Afghanistan and Libya and Syria and Somalia and Yemen and all of this. You see them still trying to sell this one. And even, look, they'll tell you these things. They're trying to make it sound very nice. Look, the people hate the government. The people are celebrating. By the way, they could find videos in Iraq and in Libya where people were celebrating. Yeah, a lot of people do hate that government. That's not a guarantee of what's going to happen once that government falls. That doesn't mean some type of some type of liberalism is going to flourish or something like that. And so it's easy for them to say, look, the fact of the matter is,
Iran is not Iraq. Iran was like as cosmopolitan as America 40 years ago, in the 60s. They had bikinis and shit. That they were a very modern society, very modern civilization. So that's actually not out of the realm of possibility there, shit lips, Dave. Yeah, it really isn't. He's like, oh, they're not going to come up with this liberal such and such tomorrow. Well, dude, they're ruled by psychotic theocrats. The people themselves, they are not as religious as their rulers. They're not as devout, not even close. That's why they riot and stuff. They're actually quite a modern and cosmopolitan people. They're more akin to us than they are to Iraq or Saudi Arabia.
That the Iranian regime, the mullahs, have been in power since 1979. And for most of that time, they've had the most powerful governments in the world hell-bent on overthrowing them and have still survived. So the idea that this is just going to be easy to get rid of them, or that the people hate them so much that they will overthrow them, I think there's some reason to be skeptical about some of those claims.
They said the same thing about Assad.
It's easy for these guys to celebrate at first. They always do that, these things, they always celebrate at first, and it always leads to absolute disaster.
Yeah, and so, look, to your point, there's a lot of people in Turkey that are very dissatisfied with the current Turkish government.
So
if we start bombing Turkey, they'll fight us for 500 years straight.
Well, that's right. That's right. And I should just say, to your point, I'm sorry to cut you off, but to your point about the moving justifications for this war, I mean, it's just unbelievable. You're right to cite the parallel between that and the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan and all this stuff. They always move the goalposts in all these wars. We're going into Iraq for weapons of mass destruction, but then it was to liberate the people, and then we're going into Afghanistan to take out Al Qaeda, but then it was to overthrow the Taliban, and then it was to nation build, and that it's always but this one it's so quick. They're already, I was arguing with Dinesh D'Souza on Twitter today, and he's like, look, I supported the war in Iraq, and I was wrong to support that. And I was like, yeah, but you're doing the exact same thing right now. And then he goes, well, this isn't the same as Iraq. I mean, they said Saddam Hussein was in on 9/11, but Iran was in on October 7th. And I was like, dude, first of all, no, they weren't. There's no evidence that this is exactly the same. Second of all, that's not even the justification yet, dude. You're jumping to the next justification already. I thought it was that they had nuclear weapons or were developing nuclear weapons. I've already seen several people arguing that it's about, freeing the women. Oh, they don't give their women rights, and so that's what it's about. They'll just switch. Once one justification falls apart, they have to have the next one to move to. And just, for any of these, first of all, it is nobody has presented any evidence, and in fact, there's been evidence to the counter. The U.S. intelligence said that the Iranians were surprised by October 7th. Now, you could argue that they have sold weapons to Hamas at one point in the past, or in fact, I think they have. I don't exactly know how much weapons they've sold to Hamas. They've certainly sold weapons to Hezbollah and to the Houthis, but regardless. Oh, is that the standard now, Jank? That if you sell weapons to someone and they attack you, you're guilty of the attack? Because, by the way, if that's the standard, you don't want to go through what the U.S. and Israel are guilty of. You know what I mean? We've sold weapons to half the goddamn country, the world, excuse me. And so that justification completely falls apart. But I will say, especially just because I'm on the Young Turks, I guess, that I think it is when they say the stuff about like the feminist stuff, I think that is to try to get the liberals and leftists on like, hey, come on, look at how oppressive this regime is to their women. I mean, you believe in women's rights and all this stuff. And look, there's no question that the regime in Iran is repressive to women. Okay, there's no question that Saddam Hussein was repressive to his people and Muammar Gaddafi was repressive to his people. But the worst thing that ever happened to the people, including the women of Iraq, was George W. Bush launching a war there. And the worst thing that ever happened to the people, including the women in Libya, was Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton launching a war there. And so, you know, it's like you could sit here and tell me the story about how this government's unfair to its people and that we're going to go in there and overthrow them on behalf of them. But every time you do it, it ends up being the biggest nightmare for those very people that you're trying, that you're, you know, pretending to care about.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
reject all of that stuff.
Yeah, Israel and neocons here in America as well are all saying, you're right, too, oh, we're going to liberate the women there. Oh, really? Because Israel liberated 20,000 women in Gaza of their lives.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Right. Oh, they care.
You know, when George Bush liberated them, yeah, a lot of them died. So, yeah, that was an awful thing that happened to him because, you know, how many were alive before that shit happened?
So much about women except all the women they murdered in Gaza. So now you'll excuse me if I don't buy that load of BS. Okay, so now back to the solution. One more thing here at least. Well, actually two things. So look, the way that I see this, Dave, is it's the powerful against the rest of us, right? There's a poll out today, only 16% of Americans think the US should be involved in this war with Iran. 16%. So that is a radical position, right?
That's good.
You're in a tiny, tiny minority if you think we should go to war in Iran. Okay, now you have tons of independent media, if not most of independent media, online media, podcasts, etc., saying don't go. This is crazy, right? Including a lot of the right-wing media. So, but mainstream media, cheerleading. Got the pom-poms out. We got the outfits back, and you know they're doing calisthenics, getting ready for war. W-A-W. Okay, A-R, you get it. Lindsey Graham is back out there going, oh, war, we need more war, right? And all the politicians, you know, what I think 87% of Congress at least takes money from AIPAC. So they're all like, war. So they're in the radical 16%. And I think most of that 16% honestly are people who got brainwashed watching cable news because cable news loves war, right? So we all are kind of despondent because we think there's no way the 84% can beat the 16% because the 16% have all the power. But to your point earlier, Dave, I think it's a different day in America. I think that mainstream media has lost a lot of power. I think the reason that the number is at 16% is because people aren't watching the propaganda on cable news anymore. And so they might find this a harder hill than they thought it was because of independent media. So is there hope here that independent media can start a prairie fire of hope that we can actually defeat the powerful, and that if enough of us band together, left, right, and center, and we say, hey, look, maybe you win your elections, but millions of us are going to vote against you. So just don't be surprised when we do. I don't want Jake Tapper writing a book later saying no one could have seen it coming, because we are going to come for you. And so, you know, if you and I do a tour and we go do it and we start to bring in right-wing allies if they exist, left-wing allies if they I know left-wing allies exist. Whether they'll join in with the right-wing is a different question, right? But can we muster up enough momentum here for the 84% to win rather than the 16%?
Well, okay, so let me just say two things to that. Okay, number one, because I've watched you kind of, I think you've probably become the most prominent figure in the country who's really been kind of launching, even before your very specific kind of targeted plan today, but you've been really promoting the idea that we ought a coalition on this opposition to war, and that it's too crazy for us to say that, like, oh, he's an evil right winger or he's an evil left winger, and like this is just, and I just completely agree with you on that. And I'm a child of the Ron Paul revolution, as we like to call it back then. And that was always his stance, like coalition with anybody who you agree on an issue. Now, look, I will admit that probably in general, when it comes to coalitioning, there's like, everything's within reason. Okay. And like, I probably would not coalition with Lindsey Graham about like lowering top marginal income tax rates, even though we might agree on that issue. Like, I'm not going to coalition with Lindsey Graham because my agreements with him are so much more important. My disagreements with him are so much more important than this tiny agreement with him that I just wouldn't do that. And he's so monstrous for the things that I don't like about him. But this is an issue, and I will say that I think particularly on the left, you do have this issue. And part of this is, again, it's not, I'm not saying that there's not this issue on the right at all or that everyone on the left has it. I just think it's more of an issue on the left. And part of this is because culturally speaking, the right has gotten beat up for many, many years. The right is more happy to just have anybody on their side about any issue. The left has had this major problem, and I think it's something that you've talked about it. You and Anna, I've heard you kind of like discuss this in the past, that over kind of like the last 15 years, the left was almost lured into this kind of like cultural space where there was an inability to like prioritize certain issues above other issues or ever have like a hierarchy of outrages or say that like, look, this thing, while it's a little bit wrong, it's really not that important. It's just not nearly as important as this. And I watched this for years. It really saddened me as somebody who's from the left. And when I say from the left, I mean like in my soul. Like, I'm from New York City. I'm a Jewish kid of a single mom. I'm just like, I'm not like, by my nature, I'm not like from a conservative background. Like, these people are my people. And I watched this happen. It was very saddening to me. But you would see where like during Black Lives Matter protests, there'd be talk about like some cop who had killed an innocent person and wasn't held accountable. And then there would be an equal amount of weight given to like Aunt Jemima being removed from something. And you're like, guys, come on, priorities. And you watched as like Obama would drop like a drone bomb on a wedding in Yemen, and then people on the left would be talking about microaggressions and safe spaces. And you're like, guys, what are we doing here? Like, this is just not nearly as important. Even if you think this is a thing, it's not as important of a thing. And so anyway, I guess I'm just going a long way to say that what you're always weighing, whether you're willing to coalition with somebody, is like, how important is the thing that you're coalitioning about?
Oh my!
How important is it? Are we talking about a goddamn genocide? Well, then, yeah, you coalition with anybody who's willing to coalition with you for that.
Shut the fuck up, man. Damn. That dude, he will just not. I mean, he won't. You can't even get a little bit of Chank's annoying ass. It's just this fucking fat mouth dude. Just on and on and on without even saying anything. My goodness. Man, he's just bitching and moaning. That's fucking him. Yeah, he's like Tim Pool, but with a hoodie. I don't get that shit. I really don't. No, you're right, man. I I actually don't have a hoodie anymore at all. I used to wear them. I used to wear one every single day in high school. Like in the summer in Florida, I wore one. The zip front ones. But probably haven't worn one in a decade. They're too hot when it's warm and they're not cool enough when it's chilly. Ridiculous. Besides, that shit is old tech. I would rather wear a tech jacket or something that breathes but still keeps you warm. Eh. Hey, well said, Brand. I'm in agreement with you, my dude. I concur. Kind of a whiny bitch. I wish Nick could just play some shit that's like, why does it have to be fucking Kanye? American will gibberish. Nice. That one's clever. Yeah. Gibberish. This is a new montage. This is all new. We've never seen this before. Must have just dropped today. Yeah, I got a new chat box I'm testing out. I kind of like the Matrix rain. That shit's pretty dope. Oh, I believe this is I believe we're rocking and rolling. Yeah, for sure. Wait. Nice. All right, well, get ready, gentlemen. Kick off here momentarily. Beep. Something just made a beep in my headphones. Well, he really drags some of this stuff out. Faraday cage? Lost me, big dog. Lost me. If you got anybody that donates at all, I've changed some things up. I think uh, text to speech for the super chats, and I actually threw in what I think is a pretty dope sound effect. Wow, he's really dragging this out. What's the deal? Goodness gracious. I need to figure out how to get some music.
Good evening, everybody. You're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back here with you tonight on Tuesday. We have a lot to talk about tonight, lots to get into. We're going to be watching the State of the Union address, which is supposed to start in about a half hour.
Hell yes.
So it's good to be with you. We're probably just going to transition very quickly. We'll turn on the live stream. We'll get it going. It's going to be a good night. I have to tell you, though, I'm not really excited. This is going to be, they're saying, the longest State of the Union address in history. Great. Awesome. And that's good news. I'm excited for that. They say that it could be 2, maybe 3 hours.
Damn.
Okay? Can you imagine this? A 3-hour Trump speech in 2026. What could possibly fill 3 hours of good news about the administration? I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know how they're going to fill up the time. But that's going to be our show. We're going to get locked in here in just a moment. Like I said, the speech is scheduled to start at 8 o'clock Central. So that's in just under a half hour. So we're going to start watching that very soon. But it's going to be a lot of fun. I'll be here. We're going to experience it together. We're going to enjoy all of this, suffer through it together. I'll be buckled up, strapped in for the whole thing. And I'm really looking forward to it. Before we get into it, though, before we start the live coverage, I do just want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment, let me know what you think about the show. Remember to check out our merch store, Fuentes.store. Get your America First hats, sweatshirts, t-shirts, flags, all that stuff. Fuentes.store. Check out our subscription site, AmericaFirst.plus. $15 a month.
I second that motion about
That's
Sneeko.
like our entry-level thing. You get access to the entire archive, every episode of the show, all the stuff. $100 a month, you get access to the group chat with me, and that's at AmericaFirst.plus. Okay, with that out of the way, we're going to move on here. We're going to get it going. I'm going to get my headset in, and we're going to tune in live.
Hell yeah.
And I think tonight we're going to be watching the C-SPAN live stream. You know what's funny? They really gave us the blues. 2 years ago, we live streamed the RNC during the election, and these guys got on our ass for like a year about copyright or intellectual property, whatever. So I think we're gonna try C-SPAN. I think it's fine because it's government speech. So I don't think they own the rights to it, but we're going to switch over now. We're going to get set up, and we'll start our live coverage.
Senate and Congress.
Thank you, sir, for calling in. Let's hear from Kim.
And it looks like we're not even close here. Here we go. Okay, so here it is. This is the Capitol building. People are getting ready to go.
Oh, look, he's in my Matrix ring.
Like I said, starts in about a half hour. And they're saying, like I said, it's going to be 2-3 hours tonight. That would make it the longest State of the Union speech in history. And I got to be honest, the entire point of the State of the Union address is to shill the administration, as you know. It is to shill all of the good news, talking points. It's effectively a stump speech. That's what it is. I just don't know how you fill up 2 to 3 hours with things the administration is doing. Of course, Trump will do it, and it'll be a lot of fluff, and we'll try to fact check it as much as possible in real time. But from where I'm sitting, I look at the RNC party platform from 2 years ago. I look at the Trump campaign promises. There's really nothing there. There's not a lot to show for it after just a year. And this is going to be a very important speech tonight because we are headed into the midterms in just about 8 months. Just a little bit over 8 months, actually. And as you know, the Democrats are projected to take over the House, maybe even the Senate. Not likely they'll take the Senate, but it's actually becoming increasingly likely that they'll win the House. If you look at the odds on Polymarket, they're actually up. They were at 83% for most of the year so far. Now they're up to 85%. So somehow, and that was already a pretty significant advantage. That was a pretty significant lead. It's actually going up. So this is a pivotal moment in the Trump administration. He's going to have to make the case, getting into primary season, getting into the midterms, about his record in the hopes that maybe he could get it back on track. And that's twofold. Either he can get his administration back on track, salvage the approval rating, regain some of the initiative for his agenda, try and finish strong here. And you do that for its own purpose. You do that, there's a value in and of itself. But the other reason, of course, is you then have to go out and make the case in the general election, in the midterms, so that you can salvage Congress. And if you can't salvage Congress, then you have a really difficult time, as we've talked about on this show actually for years now. in the final 2 years of his second term. What's going to happen when the Democrats take the House, which is a certainty at this point, all but inevitable, is that you are going to have throughout 2027 and 2028, it's going to be subpoenas, depositions, investigations. Surely there will be at least one impeachment. I think there'll probably be multiple. There will be articles of impeachment against not just Trump, but maybe other members of the cabinet too. And that goes with the oversight power of the House. Democrats take the House and they don't just create gridlock in the legislature and shut down any major legislation and things like that, but they also exercise the oversight power, and that's going to be the real problem. Convening subcommittees, subpoena, compelling the release of documents, forcing deposition, deposing government officials. And with that oversight power, they then can get the evidence they need, get the paperwork for articles of impeachment. And a lot of people don't realize, again, it's not just against Trump. It could be against Vance, who's pictured here. He's coming into the
could be against Bondi's
Capitol building. It could be against Pete Hegseth, who had a major scandal last year around this time, Signalgate. Could be against Kristi Noem if she's still in the job. There's a lot of corruption in Homeland Security over these border wall contracts not being widely reported. A lot of corruption about a lot of the appropriations and the acquisitions processes in some of these bigger departments and agencies. So you're staring down the barrel of the gun here. It's not just about losing the House and you shut down the agenda. It's also about shutting down the executive branch. And then, of course, that is going to flood into 2028. And it's going to affect that presidential primary, which will certainly start early in 2027 and then bleed into 28. So it's really, a lot is on the line here. 2026 is a pivotal year. I am very pessimistic about the whole thing. I think Trump has basically blown it, and I think we're already out of time. And you know that. If you watch my show, if you tune in regularly, if you see the clips, you know my feelings on this. I think we've already blown it. It's already over. We had realistically 1 year, maybe a year and a half at most. You had January 20th until right about now, and maybe a few more months until the summer, which is when all the primaries are finished, right around July. You have realistically until now at the earliest, July at the latest, to get it together for that very reason. I said it in 24, I said it in 25. If Trump gets in, he has to hit the ground running. He needs a plan, needs to be organized. He needs to know what he's doing. Because if you don't have momentum going into 2026, if you don't have something to show for it, if you're figuring it out on the fly, if it is like it was in the first term, where you don't really have a solid agenda, where you don't know what you're doing, you're going to be caught with your pants around your ankles. In 2026, you're going to get utterly destroyed because the media,
I need to go,
which is liberal and in the pocket of the Democrats, you're going to have them breathing down your neck. You're going to have, already you have the effect that the incumbent administration does poorly in the House in the midterms. So you have these historic factors working against you. And if you don't pull it out in the midterms, you're done. You're just finished. And if you couldn't get it done in the first year, you're definitely not going to get it done working uphill with a gridlock, with a divided government, with Democrats in the House, Republicans in the Senate. It's not going to work. So I said this a long time ago that you're going to know very early on whether the administration is going to succeed because you'll be able to tell in the first year if they did enough, if they have the stuff, if they have what it takes, if they have the right people, if they're doing the right things. And if you don't have that, then forget it. And that's exactly what took place. Just like in the first term, they had all the wrong people. They made all the wrong decisions. And now here we are in February, and we have really lost all the momentum. And it's sort of interesting. I've been saying this on the show a lot, and I've been saying it even to my friends. It's truly staggering when you think about where we were exactly a year ago. Think about how much optimism there was for this administration in November of 2024. Think about where you were on election night in 2024. And think about those feelings, how excited everybody was, the exuberance. And that was the mood. It was exuberance. Think about how you felt during the inauguration. Think about when Elon Musk got up, I think at their victory rally, and did the Roman salute, screaming and yelling, throwing his arms up. Think about how you felt then about the prospects of this administration. Think about how you feel now. Okay. A year ago, people were talking about building new cities, and we were going to end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours, and the mass deportations start on day one, and it's going to be different this time. It's going to be a golden age, as they say. And now we have crashed into the rocks. The waves have broken on the shore of reality, and where do we sit a year in? Well, none of it happened, okay? The Epstein thing has become an albatross, and it's a totally unforced error. Nobody to blame but themselves. They promised it, they botched it, covered it up, didn't work. Now it's dragging them down with all the young people. The mass deportations, total capitulation in Minneapolis. They're winding it down. People argue with this, but the deportations are not what were promised, and they're not where they need to be, and they're just not sufficient.
Well said. They are.
Border wall hasn't even been started. Not only do you have a war in Ukraine, you got a war in Iran. In the middle of this first State of the Union, we have half of our air power in the Middle East. Another squadron of F-22 Raptors landed in the United Kingdom. You know what F-22 Raptors are for? They're for shooting down other planes. They're for air superiority. They are there to shoot down Iran's Air Force. And that is something that might be discussed tonight. More on that in a moment. But all these hopes and optimism, ending all the wars, the no-war president, peace president. Well, not only are we not done in Ukraine, and the Ukrainians launched an attack on a missile factory in Russia just this week, you got another war in Iran. We're bombing them. And so it's just, this is a sampling. You've heard it at this point. This is a sampling. The economy's not even doing good.
No.
Growth is at 2%. It's good, not great. You know, the job market's not great. It's basically frozen. It's no fire, but no hire. Nobody's losing their jobs, not tons of massive layoffs. It's acute in certain industries, software, things that are being affected by the new technology, but nobody's getting hired. People are suffering from underemployment. You got a lot of problems, a lot of really bad indicators. You have delinquencies on car loans, delinquencies on mortgages going up. Prices have stabilized, but they're still high. And wage growth isn't good. So a lot of problems, and we're a year in. People. So I don't know what he's going to say tonight, but I imagine it's going to be an attempt at a reset. To Trump's credit, I think there is some effort inside the administration at resetting. At least that's the big idea. And you can kind of see some evidence of this. At the beginning of 2026, I think there was a recognition that things are not going the way they needed to be going. They just looked at the numbers. They looked at the approval. They looked at the generic ballot polling. They looked at the odds for the midterms. And I know that they're thinking about making a change. And so there's some things that are going out there. They're talking about eliminating DEI for air traffic controllers and pilots, which is fine. And they're talking about changing the food pyramid. And they're doing Trump RX, the pharmaceutical pricing. You know, so there's some effort. There's some initiative to get some new policies out there. They're trying to get it going. But I think what you've seen already 2 months in is they just cannot overcome. Unfortunately, I think it's just too late. And so they're just getting beaten back by the tide, which is too powerful, by the media, by the Democrats, by the courts, the Supreme Court, which just handed down the decision striking down the tariffs, by the personnel, which doesn't even know what they're doing. And I think it's just a little too late. And you know, the reason that I'm so pessimistic about all of it, and why I was pessimistic from the jump in 2024, is because we saw all of this happen back in the first term. We saw this whole story play out, which is that Trump is disorganized, incompetent, hires all the wrong people. And the intentions are there. I mean, I think the intentions are right. Like, instinctually, he's pro-protection in terms of tariffs. He's anti-war. He's big on American power, but used in a restrained way, and using all the tools at our disposal, using trade, using the economy, using diplomacy, using the deterrent force of the military. The instincts are right. Even as far as immigration is concerned, in the first term, he tried 100 different things to reel in H-1B visas, literally 100 things, and they tried to get the funding. The intentions arguably are right, but that's really just not enough. Unless paired with the right team and the right approach and a sustained long-term effort and focus, it's not enough. And you saw that in the first term. There was the energy, there was the enthusiasm, they had ideas, but they did not have the focus, did not have the personnel, did not have the organizational know-how, and so things just slipped through the cracks. And what happened? This is the headline. The story is of denial by delay. You don't have all the time in the world, and you don't have all the energy in the world. And so the way that the permanent bureaucracy in Washington and the interests have beaten the MAGA agenda over the course of the first and the second term is they deny it by delaying it. Yeah. Procedural obstacles, court challenges, that simply some people just drag their feet in the administration. It just happens that way. There was a story publicized recently, and it talked about how Trump asked for options to withdraw from Syria. And the generals and the chief of staff in the meeting left the Oval Office and looked at each other and said, we're not going to do it. We're going to pretend we never heard that. And this is commonplace. By the time that Trump figures out it's not happening, he's being lied to, he's getting the wrong info. Well, weeks have gone by, months have gone by. They're focused on the next initiative. And this is what happens. So unless you have the energy and the vigor, unless you have the right personnel, unless you have that sustained effort, the organizational prowess, you are going to get beat. And the way that I like to think about it is that Washington is like the casino.
The house always
And the
wins.
casino, as you know, is a place where the house always wins.
Yep.
That's how it's set up. It's set up so that when the person comes in, they lose all their money. Like, it's a mathematical impossibility.
Yeah, the longer you stay,
and that's basically the way Washington and government is set up. If you want to beat the odds, if you want to beat the house, you need to come at it with a mathematical precision. It has to be like a heist. Everything has to be right. Everything has to be precise. There has to be planning. There has to be effort. You've got to play that long game. If you don't have that capacity, and Trump does not, you lose. And this is what happens. And I'll give you the perfect example of it. Take the tariffs. We didn't have a chance to cover the tariffs yet. On Friday, the Supreme Court, they've been adjudicating this for a long time. They finally struck down Trump's emergency tariffs, which he has invoked using this emergency economic law, the IEEPA. And now, not only are all the tariffs canceled and null and void, but the government has to give a refund of $150 billion to all the firms that they collected the tariffs from. This is a huge pain in the ass, huge problem. The government now has to find not just the $150 billion, but interest on the $150 billion. They're going to be adjudicating that in the courts, how they pay it, who they pay it to, how much they owe.
No, you're good, Mark and I.
And you want to know what's so disgusting about this? Obviously, I disagree with the Supreme Court decision. But this, like Epstein, like everything else, who do you blame for this? It is an unforced error by Trump. In Trump's first term, they considered using these emergency economic powers to levy the tariffs. That was a consideration in the first term. They ultimately decided against it because their trade representative, Robert Lighthizer, told them if you use this law, they will get challenged and then struck down.
Good one there, Valenti.
That was 8 years ago. Okay,
Killing
8 years ago in the first term, they had the same conversation. And Lighthizer, who's very good on trade, he wrote a book about it. He said to Trump, do not use the IEEPA. It's going to get challenged. It's going to get struck down. They didn't use it. Instead, they used a different provision, national security tariffs, and that requires an investigation and more effort, but those tariffs were never challenged. Those tariffs remain in place to this day. They had that same conversation last year about how they're going to do the tariffs. And Trump said, we're going to roll the dice. We're going to use the emergency powers. We're just going to take the risk. They have missed deadlines to investigate the national security tariffs. They have a dozen ongoing investigations for the other tariffs. They missed all the deadlines. They blew it. And it looks like they're making some introductions. So we're going to transition over here. We're going to start our coverage. But point being, this is the story of the first term and the second term. Trump is just not the guy.
Adler is gross.
You want to have radical change, which is required. You need someone that is going to cut through government and the moneyed interests like a fucking sword, okay? You need a Caesar. You need someone that's going to suspend the normal business as usual. You need someone that's going to break the back of the system. You need someone that will cross the Rubicon. Trump is not that guy. Doesn't have it in him. And that's why I didn't vote for him in 24, because it's a dangerous game to play. You can't swim in the Rubicon. You got to cross it, and you got to march on Rome. And Trump will never march. Yeah. But we're going to watch this speech with an open mind. It looks like they're about to introduce the president. They're bringing in some of the officials. Sergeant at Arms is introducing them. We're going to turn this on in a moment. But like I said, we're going to watch this with an open mind. We're going to be objective. We're going to be fair. You know my feelings about this. You know I'm not optimistic about it. But we're going to watch it with an open mind. We're going to be fair. We're going to be balanced. And okay, let's see. We'll turn on the volume. We'll see what's happening here. We got JD Vance, who I hate, and Mike Johnson, who I also hate.
Money on anyone, it would be Justice Kavanaugh being among.
Who? Okay, who are these people? Did they seriously just hire the ugliest broads they could find? Why is she on TV?
Yeah, I think I was trying to think if he has to or if it's more.
That's very shallow and not nice, but seriously.
I think we will actually see all three of the justices that the president.
We got who's she's like that transgender from Inception.
Good graces right now. I think
what's her name?
Sit there and listen to what he has to say.
What's the female, the male transgender? She's in Inception. What's her name again?
Ellen Page.
The one on the bottom looks like her. I got my creatine here.
Nice.
Mr. Speaker, the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court.
All right, Supreme Court's coming in. Elliot Page, yeah. Ellen Page. She looks like Ellen Page. All right. Let's lock in. Here we go.
Baby. Yes, sir.
This is exciting, but get ready. This is about as good as it gets. Okay? You guys really need to steel yourselves because the speech is going to start and then it is just going to grind down and it's going to get slow. And you know how Trump is now. Trump is like retarded.
Forgot about that.
And I love Trump. I still have love in my heart for Trump, honest to God. I really do. I know that's even controversial because I'm so critical and people view him now as the Epstein protector. I really do have love in my heart for Trump. I do. But he's like retarded now. He's not the same animal. You look at him in 2016, it's a different animal. And honestly, don't take my word for it. Go watch him. Go watch him in the 2016 primary debates. Watch him in interviews. He's literally a different guy. So much more energy, so much sharper. Now he's like slow. The way he repeats himself, his dentures are falling out, tripping over his words. And there's like a weirdness now too, very bizarre tangents. He's weaving. Please, Netanyahu, if you can hear us, prevent him from weaving. Netanyahu, if you can hear us, get in the teleprompter, no weave. Please. No weave. It's not good. Can someone get this message? Can someone please call Donald Trump? Please call no weave. I'm begging you. I can't do another, do you remember when he used to say this in 24? He was saying the craziest shit. Remember when he was talking about Hannibal Lecter every day? What was that? Do you actually remember in 2024, he used to talk about Hannibal Lecter at every rally? And people were saying like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? People were saying like, Hannibal Lecter? What? Every rally was like, the late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. He kept saying that, and people were just like, okay, bro, I guess. And people started to call this out. They said, you're going crazy. Like, this is getting really weird. And then he would say, no, it's not weird. I'm weaving. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, the weave.
Baron Trump. Okay, clavicular. We got to get some Rhetoric down the hall and to the left. No, I'm kidding, of course. Kidding. We love Baron. Hey, I love Baron Trump, but we got to get on a looks maxing protocol there. No, but we love Baron. What was I saying? Yeah, Melania looking amazing. Where's she been? Okay, no, maybe it was just the way he was sitting. Now he looks better. Look at the nose. He looks like a coin. He looks like that's a face that should be on a fucking coin, dude. Aryan. We got Melania. You never see, nobody ever talks about that, but you never see Melania anymore. Isn't that interesting? You never see her anymore. You wonder if there's a little trouble in paradise. Not that it's anybody's business, but something's definitely up there. We got the cabinet.
Andy Bessent, Treasury. Okay, you're going to mark the list? Okay. We'll look, and we'll mark.
Here we go.
Mr. Hegseth, Defense, or Department of War.
Oh, I think I see Bondi.
Pam Bondi.
Well, those are the big ones. Not having them in the room would be very
the four, RFK Jr., Health and Human Services. Secretary Turner,
Chavez Ramirez.
Yeah, a little bit of controversy. I see that they dropped the charges, though, against her husband.
Oh,
if you're interested, if you go to Politico and type in Labor Secretary, you can read the story. There were some charges filed against her
This
husband,
is a little bit of creatine.
Sexual harassment charges.
To help with the sleep deprivation, so I don't get tired.
There's Secretary Noem, DHS.
Oh, look at how botched.
Susie Wild, that's Chief of Staff behind.
Kristi Noem is looking rough. What, did she just get lip filler?
She looks
not to be catty, not to be catty about it, but she's got the Mar-a-Lago look.
There's Lee Zeldin.
I can't stand how women do that.
We got Susie Wiles.
Yeah, I did see Doug Burgum as well. So Burgum is there.
Is this Russ Voigt, OMB director?
Yeah, Russ Vogt? Is it Voigt or Vogt?
Vogt.
Thank you. I wasn't sure which one it was.
He's very instrumental in this administration.
Oh. Very much.
Very exciting.
The Doge cuts earlier this year. And then DNI Director Tulsi Gabbard.
Is that Tulsi? Yep, there she is.
Kind of a homecoming for her, too, former House member.
They say that Tulsi Gabbard's on her way out. She might be the first one to go.
We haven't seen Brooke Rollins yet
after the World Cup.
And do you know,
it's probably going to be Tulsi Gabbard and Kristi Noem. They might be the first two heads to roll out of the administration.
There's Brooke. Brooke Rollins is there. Lutnick is there. Commerce.
Behind Rollins.
Transportation. We saw Scott. Sean Duffy.
Yeah.
Sean Duffy. Sorry.
It's going to be great. The longest State of the Union in history, they're calling it.
small business.
I should say, before we get into it, the biggest thing that I'm looking out for, it's going to be a fairly typical State of the Union, I think. Here is my prediction, if I can offer you one. I think that the bulk of the State of the Union, he's going to focus on border security. That's going to be a big one. That's really one of the biggest accomplishments. And in terms of favorability, that is what his voters approve of the most, the handling of the border in particular, which I separate from deportations, which is technically a separate policy. He's going to talk about border security. They say he will introduce another tax cut. He has another chance to use the budget reconciliation process for the year 2026. And I don't know how that would be possible. These budget reconciliation bills, they have to at least be revenue neutral. So if you cut taxes, you need to come up with a revenue increase or a spending cut somewhere else.
I like Tulsi too.
You remember the big, beautiful bill, that was utilizing the budget reconciliation process. They cut taxes, corporate tax cut extension. It was no tax on tips. There were some other tax cuts, I believe, on Social Security benefits. There was a cutout or a carve out for car loans or something like that. To pay for all of this, again, it has to be revenue neutral according to economic projections. They had to cut Medicaid by $800 billion over the course of a decade, I believe it is. Maybe it was 5 years. I don't remember the exact numbers. But whatever, and that's very controversial. So whatever you cut, and they say that Trump is going to introduce another tax cut, you got to pay for it somehow in order to unlock budget reconciliation. Budget reconciliation is the once per year process where you can pass a far-reaching bill with the simple majority in the Senate as long as it relates to revenue increase, spending cuts, or the debt ceiling, and it has to be at least revenue neutral. You cannot increase the deficit with this. So if they introduce the tax cut, they'll have to find a way to make the math work. They say that he's going to do that tonight. That will be interesting. And of course, the other big thing, this is maybe the biggest thing that's on my radar. As we speak, there is a massive presence of U.S. force in the Middle East. We're looking down the barrel of a war with Iran coming up very soon. There is a scheduled third round of negotiations on Thursday in Geneva, Switzerland. They say that the Omani representative has given Iran's position to the United States, and we are still at an impasse. So as it stands, as of this afternoon, and this afternoon there was a closed-door hearing with Marco Rubio and the Gang of Eight in the Senate. As of this afternoon, it is said that Iran has not agreed to give up their nuclear centrifuges, and the United States is not budging on this. What's interesting, though, is that there seems to be a little asymmetry here because the deputy foreign minister of Iran said that we're very close to a deal and they're going to be able to get it across the finish line on Thursday. On the U.S. side, we do not share that assessment at all. Trump says Iran wants to make a deal, but they're not willing to do what it takes. They will not capitulate. And so how Trump approaches that subject tonight may be very interesting. Some say that he may declare war on Iran, that he may make the case to the American people for a war with Iran, or maybe there will be some new innovation in the Iran policy. But that might be the single biggest thing to watch tonight is what he has to say about this situation. That might be the one to watch. That's maybe the most dire situation across the board. Outside of that, I think it's about what you can expect. 70 Democrats are boycotting the State of the Union and will not be present. Some Democrats are bringing illegal aliens to the Capitol, which I don't know. Can we get rid of those people? Can those people be arrested or something? But they will be in attendance. They say that Erica Kirk will be a guest, and so I'm sure they'll spotlight Charlie Kirk in some way, shape, or form. I don't know the other guests. Trump usually they announce the guests in advance. Trump likes to wait until the last minute. He likes the guests to be a big surprise for this dramatic effect, which I always hate. If you've watched any of the State of the Union, it's always like Trump tries to make it so dramatic. Oh, here we go. Here's Trump. Let's tune in here. Okay, here we go. This is it. The big man. Looking powerful. Very powerfully and very strongly. And we got Steve Scalise behind him. Can I turn this up? Well, and here we go. Someone says the hair is cooked. Yeah, what's going on with the hair? Hey, he's 80 years old, okay? We can cut him some slack on the hair. Holy hair.
Holy hair, he says. Huh.
Yeah, we're having a little trouble up top there. Little androgenic situation. Look at this doofus with the Trump tie, really?
Middling. They would be in the private sector if they were fucking intelligent. They'd be out making money.
Selfie.
Look at the selfie.
Stop that. Can I get a selfie, Your Honor? Mr. President.
Insane aura loss. Don't you love when you see people trying to get the camera? Hey, pull the camera up before he's right in front of you, right? That was crazy. No way. Black people aren't apes. Hilarious. Well, hey, I mean, look, if you have to say it, I mean, not beating the allegations. Bro had to clarify. Hey, we are not. It's like, that's the ASU frame mogger. We are not apes. That's what they have in common with Slavic people and Albanians. We are not monkeys. We are not gorillas. Hey, okay. Okay, bro, I guess, if you say so.
Oh, God. I can't even imagine Robert Marquez. Bro.
All right, here we go.
That's the last thing I'd want to be hearing. Ass kissing of Trump. Please, spare us.
Spare us. Is gorgeous. Love it. Love the look. Love the fit.
Don't love the policy, though, man. It's trash.
Look at how fat and disgusting J.D. Vance looks. Look at how he wears it on his face. Trump doesn't really... Trump is a heavier guy, but he doesn't wear it like that, you know? He doesn't wear it in his cheeks.
Maybe I should.
J.D. Vance looks like Alvin, bro.
Usually the lag is done by this point. Let's see what I can do, John. Everybody's watching this shit.
All right. Come on now.
Of course.
What's going on here? What's going on here?
Members of Congress have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States. Presenting to you the President of the United States.
All right. Now let's get another round of applause going. Now let's get another round of applause going.
Oh wow, who did the little clappy? That's pretty cool. I like this new chat. It's pretty cool. Actually. Once I get it sorted. I don't know what I'm doing right this second.
Well, thank you very much. It's really, well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really, Speaker Johnson, an honor. Vice President Vance, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States.
Got the shit lag.
Okay. Jared Kushner. You see Jared Kushner in the back?
Keeps live.
Second Lady of the United States.
Why didn't he say your name?
Members of Congress and my fellow Americans. Our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before.
Yeah? Is it?
Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
Yeah, seriously.
When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant
That's why we hired you, asshole, to fix that.
A wide open border.
You can't use that as an
horrendous
excuse.
Recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages.
Man, what are you talking about? You're gonna blow smoke up our ass for 3 hours? Seriously? Bro. Man, this is straight up fucking insulting. Dude. This guy did it again? Come on, man. What a jerk off. Yeah.
And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today our border is secure.
Oh my God, I really don't like this USA shit.
Thank you. Today our border is secure. Our spirit is restored.
There's Boebert. Speaking of Boebert.
Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before. And our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked. And America is respected again, perhaps like never before.
I'm speechless.
I like that rhetoric. I just wish it were true.
Bro.
I love the rhetoric of everyone's afraid of us. The police are everywhere.
Oh, the police, they're just kicking ass and taking names, are they?
Because that is like...
Yeah,
after 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far. In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States. But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country.
No, I'm good.
Bullshit,
don't want him here at all, actually.
That was bullshit, man.
Is that an option?
Fuck you, Trump.
The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years, year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born.
What are we doing?
Substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%. Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline.
Man. This guy's going to go down as greater than Washington himself. Dude, this is going to be a long 3 hours.
Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast.
True.
And the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year. And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem well, at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both. And we are going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that, 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe. Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes. A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest.
I don't believe you. Just don't.
As thousands of new businesses are forming in factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil.
That's so awesome. Honestly, that's so awesome. Our new friend. Okay, that's awesome. We kidnapped the president.
American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill.
I really hate that, but whatever. I support it in theory, but the drill, baby, drill thing.
More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today. And 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private
the chat's
sector.
Working. Fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Hell yes. But, I mean, interrupt. Just been fucking with it for like half an hour.
We ended DEI in America. We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps. And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong.
Welcome.
Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on.
Why are you yelling? What the fuck is this? Dude. Bro. This dude pulls out this gimmick? Are you fucking joking me? Fuck you.
That is a W, though.
I mean, that is badass, but what a gimmick.
Isn't that kind of funny? We threatened to invade Canada, then we kick their ass at hockey, their own thing. We have to admit, kind of a W. I don't know about the whole getting bored with winning thing, though. I don't know about all that.
Go ahead.
This is sorry. It does feel weird.
Well, and that is very political. Like, it's not without political significance that we are in a cold conflict with Canada. And there's this much gloating over the Olympic victory.
I've never seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up. They beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House.
Hey, good point about the sports.
They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck. Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off, do you practice that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question.
All right, come on
But
now.
I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given, and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
This is just slop. I'm sorry.
This is total fucking
it was a
slop.
moment. This
well
is just
said,
pure
man.
slop. The Winter Olympics?
Dude,
That's
we
all you
deserve
got?
better than this, man. We really do.
Giving out awards to the goalie from the Winter Olympic
Great
hockey
athletes
team?
have
Come
gotten
on now.
that. Very great, the best. And I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no. And every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much.
This is still happening? This is like... Okay. I think we get the point.
I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup, so we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming, and that is exciting news.
How about you fucking get our country back on track and get rid of these fucking illegals?
Okay.
So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday.
Okay, what does that have to do with anything? Speaking of the World Cup, bro fought in the Brother War.
So, buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas, one of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, a young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety.
I'm not really understanding the structure. Did we like skip ahead in the speech? It went from like hockey to like, here's this World War II veteran, and remember those floods? What's the theme? I'm not really following. Seems like they're going for more of a vibe
People
or
watched
something.
Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate.
Cute.
And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you. And I'd like to have the military aide to please come down and take care of the service. Military aide, thank you very much. Take care of that very important service. Thank you very much. From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans. All Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary massive tax cuts. They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors.
Man,
That's kind of funny.
A sick
I
joke.
do just like the direct call out. No, they didn't vote for the tax cuts that were necessary. That's kind of, I do kind of like that.
We also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America. Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening, and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and our expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half. Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan.
Oh, man. This is something
What
else.
is that?
This is something else.
What is that?
I mean, what even is
What
that?
actually is
Under
even
our
that?
bill, parents like Megan can also activate their
Like,
children's
dude.
brand new Trump accounts.
What?
I didn't name it.
So, is that not so?
Dude.
Look at her face.
I did not name that.
Look at how she's looking at Megan.
Nobody believes me, but
So
I did not
typical.
name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the 3rd row. Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every
funny.
American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children. They're great people. When I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school, and I made computers, and I'd sell them to people. And I just kept selling and selling and selling, and pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops, so I congratulate him on that, but I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner.
Come on.
Tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad.
What a bust.
So with modest additional contributions,
That guy
these
has
young
no
people's
aura.
accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody that started with nothing? Over 100,000, could be much more than that. To make this investment in our children's future, go to TrumpAccounts.com TrumpAccounts.gov, TrumpAccounts.gov, and a lot of people are doing it. It's setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years, were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful, country-saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace-protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love.
That was crazy how we got there. That was all over the place. Right? This guy just can't give a speech anymore.
Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America. For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New Scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. There were murders, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly use the word affordability, a word. They just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem.
This is crazy. This whole thing is a mess.
They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward.
It's so aggressive. And it's getting more aggressive as the speech goes on. So pointed.
The price of eggs is down 60%.
It's kind of funny.
Madam Secretary, thank you. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while. We're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year.
How is this going to end?
As their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great health care plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost.
This is just wild.
In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs were going to go way up, and that's what happened, and now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before.
I mean, it's wild. It's late. Like, whoa.
Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried.
Wow.
Most didn't try, actually.
Dude.
They tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action, but I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere. The lowest price. So in my first year of the second term, should be my third term, but strange things happen. I took prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way.
Jeez. Oh.
And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big, Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase. But a few weeks ago, she logged onto the Trump RX website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500, a reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom. So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing, I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory.
But we get screwed.
So that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community, and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity.
Finally got
it. Will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership.
Yep.
With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of 2 from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes.
I feel like some of this is good stuff, but just the way he's delivering it is not.
It is.
Now I'm asking
it's like a shotgun.
It's not organized.
Make that
I don't like
permanent because homes for people.
Not good.
Really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Rachel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon. We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it.
Great, because we're going to get, it ain't going to be there for us.
Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid.
Great. Fantastic.
Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records, your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year. As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information.
Hey, if you guys are just not feeling it, you know, you're not going to hurt my feelings if you bounce. I mean, don't stick around if you're doing it for me, please. I have to stick around, but you don't. If that's, you know, That's how you feel.
They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here?
That's crazy.
Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay.
Ooh. Oh, shit, is that in it?
That's funny. You see the look on his face?
I wasn't sure if anybody even
that guy, that was Bill Nelson. That guy's a senator of Florida, I believe. He's a fucking jackass.
Impressed, thank you. I'm very impressed. But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that.
Oh, he's yelling over there.
And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President J.D. Vance.
Oh, look at this fucking bimbo bitch. Yeah, that means you fucking cunt.
I wonder whose idea that was.
And if we're able to find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly.
Yeah, sure. We heard that last year with
Doge.
Doge.
We'll balance our budget.
Sure.
The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where bribery, corruption, and lawlessness
yes, give it to her.
Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders.
Fuck yeah.
Brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah.
Look at this disgusting pig.
A wildebeest. A disgusting wildebeest.
Vulgar third world trash.
Delilah Colvin was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk.
Good for her.
And she's here this evening
with her
dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up.
Cute.
She is very cute. Very cute little girl. The Democrats aren't going to make that mistake again. Yeah, you're right. The camera. He must have a schedule.
Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens.
Wildebeest was the perfect.
The way that he said that, he goes, many illegals can't even speak English or read even the most basic signs.
Oh, shit. He is kind of coming out. He's kind of... He's going in on these illegals. I do like that.
That's pretty good. At the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times.
Bro.
Elizabeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you. As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice, we'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
That was kind of novel.
Based.
I've never seen anybody do that.
Yeah, that'll show them.
What do you guys think of the new chat? Yay, nay?
Kind of a cheap trick.
It was kind of a cheap, a little bit. But, I mean, all they have to do is stand up. Fucking pieces of shit. Hey, what's up, Panzer Frost? This is incredible, man. These people are, man.
It's good, but then follow through on deportations. You know, you get all this, but why pull out of Minneapolis then?
Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself, not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself.
That's good, though.
That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country.
Awesome.
They're blocking the removal of these people
Omar
out
is
of our country. And you should be
awesome.
ashamed of yourself.
Okay, that was kind of awesome.
That was
the
legit.
back and forth makes it awesome.
I appreciate the, you know, I wish I had done it sooner. I've had this program forever. Also, I did add
a little horrible.
Some of these emote dealios. So, use them.
And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act. To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. That cheating is rampant.
There's Rick Scott. There's one
rampant.
of my senators right there.
It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID.
I can get with that.
It's not going to happen, though. The Democrats will never go for it, so...
They should ram that shit through.
If you're not going to get rid of the filibuster, then what's even the point?
Maybe they do. Who knows? We'll have to see.
All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote.
He's just fucking... He's just taunting, man.
And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel.
Wow.
None. And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89%.
Right. He's right, though. It is polling well.
Dude.
Boy, she looks
so
like a
mad.
stuck-up bitch of a Karen right
And
there.
Kind of goated.
Fuck
Mayor
her.
of New York City. I think he's a nice guy.
Look, my little emote wall. You just got one little smiley face
Bad
floating
policy,
around.
Nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress
They
should
don't even know what
unite
that
and
word
enact
means.
this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens.
Well, if he can get this done...
That's who's...
I mean, I'm not going to say I'll be happy,
that's who's
but
jamming us up, man.
it would be nice.
It's that face.
And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason.
Yep.
They make up all excuses.
Why?
They
Not
say
because-
it's racist. They come up with things, you almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat, they have cheated, and their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're
Ooh,
gonna stop it.
bro,
We have
he
to
is
stop it,
swinging for the fences, dude.
He's just going beast mode. He's really
Dude,
going for it.
straight up.
I
Well
love
said,
the yelling.
Nick.
I love it's so combative. I love
It is, bro. It's
so antagonistic.
He's up in there throwing bangers.
Government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents.
I was like, oh no. I was like, oh no.
A confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son.
Hey, yo.
Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time.
Okay,
but
good.
Today, all of that is behind them because Sage is
they switched to the tranny. No way, bro.
Scholarship,
no
Liberty
way,
University.
Bro.
Sage and Michelle,
that is so dope. Yes, bro. Yes.
Let's go. Clock it. It's so true.
Bro.
So true. Clock it.
Damn. Dang, that was fucking stone cold, bro.
What a travesty if they transitioned her.
Who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we've been talking about this?
So true,
We
King.
must ban it,
true.
and we must ban it immediately.
Based.
Damn. That shit where it cut away to the tranny, that was fucking hilarious. That shit was hilarious.
These people are crazy.
That's a man, baby.
Dude, yes. Fuck yeah, dude. Yes.
Bro.
That's awesome.
He is going so hard, bro. Hard in the paint, cuz. Ooh.
Boy, oh boy.
So
we're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we?
Dude.
That's awesome. He goes, these people are crazy.
Bro, he is going so hard. Bro.
Bro sent the army.
No
That's
one cares
awesome.
more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady. Now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it? Who would have believed that?
This is great
stuff.
Bro, this is like a comedy routine.
She's a movie star.
Legislation advancing a
So
landmark
corrupt.
executive order on foster care and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump
She's
Foster
so
Youth to
diabolical.
Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that.
She really does.
The GOAT.
And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future.
Trump's fucking making
Tonight,
a comeback,
we welcome
bro.
two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much.
Let's see who this is going to be, based on those names. Oh, okay. Don't love the nose ring. Don't love the septum piercing.
I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous renewal.
Well said, Al. At least she's not her dude.
This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man.
It didn't even occur to me that would come up tonight. Not at all.
So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred, really martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand.
Oh my God. She knew better than to talk or anything, but she's, I miss you. Man, looking up at the sky, it's so fake. I hate to bust on her, but it's just a bit over the top.
Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind.
Good.
We love religion, and we love bringing it back, and it's coming back at levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to see.
We're bringing it back.
Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our communities safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again. We are honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell.
She actually toned it down a bit.
In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman. Irina fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster,
a psycho,
who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail, stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body.
Sweet,
no one
Charlie,
will ever forget.
sure.
There were people on that train. No one will ever
Stay
forget
sweet,
the expression
Irina.
of terror
Rest
on
in peace.
Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly.
Man.
She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by
her
a
mom
hardened
looks
criminal
just like
set
her.
free to
Holy
kill
shit.
in America. Came in through
Dude.
open borders.
Whoa.
Mrs. Zaretsky, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't even believe she was able to show up. I feel so awful for that woman. Bro, these Democrats killed that poor girl. They sicked that murderer.
How do you not stand? How do you not stand? I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there.
Damn right. Goddamn right. Yes, sir. Well said.
I'm kind of loving it. I'm not going to lie. It's pretty good.
Bro, he stepped his game up.
Pretty epic.
This has become pretty epic,
Starting
bro.
last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law. I don't like to hear that. One of sick people, one of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all because she wore the uniform of our nation, she was shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick and deranged, shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Eva Lee. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like it. So sorry. Thank you very much. A great young lady. I saw reports that were like, perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night, and she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone, but his mother said, no, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying, and after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melody? She turned out to be right.
Oh, shit, man. Good for them, dude. Good for them. Good for them.
That's sweet.
It is. It is sweet.
Cute.
It's hard not to, it's hard not to be for this. This is good stuff.
I thought that was Shane Gillis when they first came out at the beginning.
You know, a good, wholesome white family, good, wholesome white guy. I mean, this is one of us.
Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much.
Healthy enjoyment. Fucking, what's up with them showing this douchebag, my other senator? Who is this? I forget his name now. Bill, Ted.
So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart.
I didn't know Washington came up with good that. I had no idea.
That's nice.
Maybe I was wrong about that being last senator.
We love you all. Love you. We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. In my first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia, Isn't it funny?
I didn't know we had another Republican woman.
Cambodia and Thailand, Pakistan and India would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people said the Prime Minister of Pakistan would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared.
There he is. And there he is.
Old Jared Kushner, the crook himself.
Dude, look at the girl.
The Grim Reaper
is that Lara
himself.
Trump, or she's one of the Trumps.
Yeah, I don't think she's
And I
ugly.
also want to thank the man they report to.
Head of the RNC.
Right?
Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco.
He looks, she's been working out. She just looks like a skeleton.
Little Marco.
Little Marco, yeah. No, but he's been putting him in their fucking
Marco
place.
Got 100%
over and over.
When he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever.
He might go down in the top 10. It's very possible.
Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that?
The hostages. All 6 million of them are back home.
We get to look at these crusty old fucks. Oh, there's Raising
Nobody
Cane.
thought it was possible.
Look at the Democrats clap for that one.
Look at Fetterman's.
They didn't clap for ending all the wars, but
those parents,
the hostages, yeah.
Who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. It was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last
As he should,
20 are
Ron.
going to be tough. We got them back.
He's earned it.
But we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead of the 28.
He may not win, but he's earned a run.
Hamas
At
worked
least.
along with Israel, and they dug and they dug and they dug. It's a tough thing to do. Going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job.
Man, Trump really pulled. I mean, this was really looking like a shit show.
Very hard to end the ninth war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that,
Wow.
25.
It's a shit.
1,000 soldiers are dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America.
I love
wherever
that.
we must.
Little aside.
That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil.
Dude, Bondi is looking rough.
Midnight Hammer.
She's looking like she was rode hard and put up wet, dude.
We're working into the Iran development. I wonder if he'll say anything about it.
For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain
Oh,
nuclear
Nick
weapon.
called it.
Many decades. Since
Damn.
they seized control
He
of
called
that proud
it,
nation
bro.
47 years ago, the regime and its
man.
murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs.
Israel is the
They
one
were
who did
the
that.
Kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb.
Oh, what? Are you going to, like, oh, I did a good job that time. Well, you got, trust me this time, guys.
And just
Hey,
over
Goldie.
the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like, 32,000 protests. 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them.
Yeah, I know
with the
Bondi
threat of
60. She was the
serious violence, but this is
Attorney
terrible
General here
people.
for 10 years.
They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America.
Come on, dude.
After
Nobody
Midnight
believes
Hammer,
that.
They were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular,
You said it would take
nuclear
forever.
weapons. Yet they continue, starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference.
Look at this. The Democrats stand for that.
What? That's what...
Some of them.
My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong.
So no announcement on Iran.
Because hopefully we will.
That's what Nick was
seldom
watching
have to
this
use
for.
this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective. So thanks to Republicans in Congress, we're investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed, at my very strong request, to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO.
Yeah, nothing on
Now
Iran,
they're
I
paying
guess.
5 as opposed
Didn't
to
even
not
touch
paying
it.
And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid.
Jeez, look at
and
that
everything
old
we
lady.
send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they
Big
pay
old
us in
fat
full.
Asian.
They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently.
Yeah, Zog's Army.
And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776.
Oh, big whoop.
The warrior dividends. Almost forgot about that.
You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute. For $1 more, we can have $1,776. It's going to... I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. $1 more. I said, $1,776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it, so we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen. We're also... We're also restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction.
Really is. It's a fucking gnarly-ass poison.
And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very impressive. They couldn't believe, they all watched. They saw what happened. This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby, because we did that. My baby is becoming so important. And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice.
Boy, this is a long speech.
And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. He grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas.
The dungeon.
Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person.
That's pretty
Enrique,
badass.
please come down.
We need to see the live reaction.
No shit, the kiss cam.
There we go.
Oh, yeah. Good for her and him.
Cute.
Good for them. Seems like an honest guy. Good for them.
Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro. Really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter. A big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough
no
one.
joke there, Brandon.
Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter.
Is that true?
To deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine gun stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission. We probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and landing. And
gotta use your legs to fly a
Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle.
Yeah.
Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife, Amy, Eric, and Amy. Come on in.
That was a long story.
I'm sure was. What a badass. Modest guy. Modest fella.
W.
Seriously, W.
So we have a surprise for Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask
a Medal of Honor. Holy shit.
Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Wow. Bro.
Nice.
Nice, man. History being made. Damn. That is bad to the bone, fellas. Bad to the fucking bone, man. And they're in the big red one, I think. Damn. That guy's a bad motherfucker. Highest honor a man could be given. White dude, absolutely, Bram. That's exactly what I was thinking as well. Those are the guys that get it done, bullet wounds and all.
Well, thank you very much, Eric and Amy. Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg, we have it back.
Yep, I was just going to say.
We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So we changed it back. Everybody wanted to change back too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors
shot in the
from
leg a
that
bunch of times.
Incredible night of victory will also be receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House, and Eric will be there.
Definitely a tall shot.
Thank
For
you.
sure. Dude earned it. I think he's got a cane and everything. What an honor. What an honor. At the State of the Union, the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Thank you, Eric.
Man,
that's
what
a
an
big
honor.
one. Tonight we've celebrated many truly extraordinary American patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go. He is one more heroic American aviator, Navy fighter pilot. Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions.
Holy shit.
In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the
dude was an ace.
Dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew.
What a bad motherfucker.
But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening.
Man.
Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor.
Whoa, man. Whoa.
Very nice.
Dude got it like 80 years later. Whoa, dude, that's incredible. Good on this guy, man. Good for this guy. I'm glad he gets to enjoy it rather than posthumously. Good for that guy. We owe him a lot. Hell yeah. Still looking good for a hundo. Shit, man. My God, man. 100 years old. Jeez, the willpower and the endurance it takes just to live to 75, man. He did a whole nother quarter, a whole nother quarter lifetime. Bro, I'm not sure I could do it. Fucking A, man. What a badass. What a... I mean... he's in a whole nother... from us, man. Whole nother tier of human being right there. I don't know. I think there is. I'm not sure though. We do owe that guy and the men like him so much. So much. You know, they did all that stuff, and then they raised kids and worked and fought and lived.
I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric. Thank you. Thank you.
Life is not easy, man.
250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history. Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness,
real classy
settled
there,
a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities. Together, we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies. And we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel. And then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside, but that great betrayal is over and they will never be forgotten again, because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas.
My family lives in Michigan, and I live in Florida.
From the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended.
Yeah, there's a teleprompter.
It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot.
You'd be looking down at paper.
And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Okay. So they're all out. The Democrats.
Of course they are. Jackasses.
Well, there you have it. State of the Union 2026. What did we think?
Could have been worse. First half, or first third.
So it looks like just under 2 hours. I think he got started a little bit after 8 o'clock. So about hour 45 minutes, hour and a half, something like that. Yeah, it's hard to say how that will be received. I think that got off to a rough start, that's for sure. I think the organization of the speech, especially the beginning, was just off. I can see what he was trying to go for. He's going for the 250-year anniversary thing.
Are you on your period, Mina?
But the preamble was not good. That was not clear in the introduction. There was some good stuff. There were some bright spots in there. I think overall, though, whoa, that's a big woman. The way that it will be received is that it's extremely combative. They will say, I think the word of the day, people will call it divisive. That is what you're going to hear in the Washington Post and the New York Times. It's a divisive, combative speech, long speech. But from the standpoint of the actual substance of it, it wasn't terrible. Championed his major accomplishments really only in the first 10 minutes. I don't think that he spent a ton of time, actually. It was really front-loaded. Didn't talk too much about the economy. I mean, because here's the thing, it's a work in progress. They're a year in. The numbers aren't terrific. They got a lot of that out in the first 10, 15 minutes of the speech. And a lot of it was dedicated to the legislative agenda, the SAVE Act. I know that the administration does want to get this bill passed that targets insider trading in Congress. They think that's a winner. The problem, though, is that these things will not happen. The SAVE Act, I don't see Democrats voting for that because what he said is true. They want to cheat. They need to cheat. They're going to cheat. They're not going to vote for the SAVE Act. And I don't know that they'll even pass the insider trading. I mean, maybe they will.
That he's willing to.
I don't know that they want to give him that layup. I don't know that they want to give him the victory. There were some good moments. I thought it was very compelling when he brought out Irina Zarutska's parents.
That was sweet.
I thought it was powerful when he had Congress stand up. If you believe you should put citizens over illegal immigrants, there was some good stuff in there. And Trump in the State of the Union, if you've been with us for years and years, you know he loves the veterans, and especially for the State of the Union, he looks at it as a TV spot.
Yes, showbiz.
So in his mind, this is a variety show.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's drama and there's tension, and he likes telling these stories and bringing out the guests, and he likes the medal ceremony. He loves to load it up with stuff like that, and he did it again.
A lot of schmooze.
Loves to load it up with those types of things.
I'm down
in
with
his
it,
mind, like I said, this is a variety show, so he wants tears, he wants anger, he wants to play on the emotions, he wants the drama, the reunion with the Venezuelan dissident, the Medal of Honor recognition, all that sort of stuff. And of course, every State of the Union, they'll bring out the guests, but he really likes to load it up. And he loves those little dramatic moments. And then, of course, he loves the American history stuff. All of his rallies, all the speeches, they always end in the same way, which is to tell the story of America, all that kind of stuff, which honestly,
there will never
for
be
me,
a horizon,
at this point, is take
there will never be that, and there will never...
It's not particularly profound, well-written, well-executed. In my view, it's just fluff.
Yeah, I agree,
so I don't know that this speech really moves the needle. I think that people are going to see in it what they want.
He didn't just pick any
Liberals are going to hate it. Conservatives are going to love it. They're going to love the combativeness. I think overall, though, the antagonistic nature of it, I think that turns people off. I obviously love it. When he says the transgenders are crazy, that's going to go viral. That'll be the clip, I think. The illegal immigration thing, the transgender thing, those will be the viral moments. And I think Fox News and the usual suspects are going to push that out and say, wow, just wow. Democrats wouldn't stand up for the citizens. So it'll do what it's intended to do. But if the significance of the speech is to reset ahead of 26, it doesn't do that. I don't think it was focused enough.
Depends on what
it was
happens
not about unity. Not that I'm, opposed to that. I like the antagonistic nature of it. I don't think there's a very strong call to action.
6 months go.
I think it was a very average speech. I would give it a B. I would give it a B, maybe a C. Exceedingly average. Some fun moments, don't get me wrong. I mean, to me, I look at that as self-indulgent and fun. That's, I think, what everyone will talk about this week. He kept directly and aggressively attacking the Democrats, just throwing it at them, and they were seething, and he was reveling in that. And I don't blame him. I mean, okay. We need to, get this off the screen. I don't know. So the Democrat response, we're going to stick around for that. That's in 3 minutes.
Oh, wow.
These are the two ugliest girls I've ever seen in my life. I don't know. It's honestly hurting. I don't even want to look at it. I don't think you should be looking at that. Okay.
Damn. She was
so
busted,
I think
bro.
that's what that's just rough. Everyone will be talking about that aspect of it. And from my point of view, I like it because I'm a far-right extremist. So I think the Democrats are the problem. The left are the problem. However, I think most people, especially older people and middle-of-the-road people, I think they're going to look at it as maybe too antagonistic, maybe too provocative, unsettling. So I don't know how much play you're going to get with that. I don't know if that's going to be well received.
Just stay tuned.
And so if the pitch is this is supposed to be some kind of midterm reset, this is supposed to get everybody back on track, I don't see it. I think if anything, this is just the same old Trump, holding on to grudges, kind of delusional assessment of where the country is, these totally impotent calls to action. Everybody needs to pass the SAVE Act. Okay, well, good luck with that. It's Trump. It's classic Trump. It's everything that you expect turned up to the next level. So that's my review of the speech. Like I said at the beginning of the show, I think it's about what we expected. He hit on border security, talked a little bit about some of these other victories. Some of the numbers with the economy are okay. I don't know. Take it or leave it. The big surprise is no announcement on the situation with Iran. People were expecting, and people said that maybe there'd be a declaration of war, or maybe there'd be some new development there, but we really just got the drive-by on Iran, really didn't talk much about it. Nothing about Epstein was not mentioned at all. I thought I heard that Epstein victims were guests. They must have been guests of other people, because obviously he didn't even name Epstein. Didn't talk about the DOJ really at all. And talked about the National Guard deployments, but only the ones to Memphis and New Orleans, because the other ones were a flop. Chicago, Minneapolis, LA were a total joke. So we only brought out, and the reason being is because Memphis and New Orleans are in Republican states where the Republican governor requested the Guard. In the blue states, Trump had to activate the Guard against the wishes of the governor, and ultimately pulled them out. So wasn't successful. You're going to see what you're going to see. I mean, for me, like I said, as a hard right guy, as a far right guy, it's a pep rally. And you like to see that combativeness. You like to see the Democrats get shit on. I like the seething. And I thought it was a high-energy speech. It was a little meandering at times. Obviously, he's 100 years old, so he's losing it a little bit. And so it definitely drags at times. And sometimes you don't even know what he's saying. For the most part, though, it was a long speech. It was pretty high energy. Not, I don't think, particularly well-written. Not particularly compelling. Aside from some of those guests, it's not a very rhetorically lofty or powerful speech. Okay, here we go. This is a Democrat response from the governor of Virginia.
Oh, this bitch. I've never even
We are gathered here in the chambers of the House of Burgesses. In 1705, the people of the Virginia colony gathered here to take on the extraordinary task of governing themselves. Before there was a Declaration of Independence, a Constitution, or a Bill of Rights, there were people in this room. The people who served here ultimately dreamed of what a new nation, unlike anything the world had ever seen, could be. The United States was founded on the idea that ordinary people could reject the unacceptable excesses of poor leadership, band together to demand better of their government, and create a nation that would be an example for the world.
They actually had good leadership. They had no representation.
And this year, as we celebrate 250 years since America declared our independence from tyranny, I can think of no better place to speak to you as we reflect on the current state of our union. Tonight, as we watched our nation's lawmakers gather for a joint session of Congress, we did not hear the truth from our president. So let's speak plainly and honestly. And let me ask you, the American people watching at home, 3 questions. Is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? Is the president working to keep Americans safe both at home and abroad? Is the president working for you? As I campaigned for governor last year, I traveled to every corner of Virginia, and I heard the same pressing concern everywhere. Costs are too high in housing, healthcare, energy, and childcare. And I know these same conversations are being had all across this country. Because since this president took office last year, his reckless trade policies have forced American families to pay more than $1,700 each in tariff costs. Small businesses have suffered, farmers have suffered, some losing entire markets. Everyday Americans are paying the price. And even though the Supreme Court struck these tariffs down 4 days ago, the damage to us, the American people, has already been done. Meanwhile, the president is planning for new tariffs, another massive tax hike on you and your family. And Republicans in Congress, they remain unwilling to assert their constitutional authority to stop him. They're making your life harder. They're making your life more expensive. They're even making it more difficult to see a doctor. Rural health clinics in Virginia and across the country are already closing their doors thanks to the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, championed by the president and Republicans in Congress. And tonight, the president celebrated this law, the one threatening.
Since when do these people give a fuck about people in rural communities? Why don't you shove that up your fucking albino ass, you cunt?
Rural hospitals, stripping healthcare from millions of Americans and driving up costs in energy and housing, all while cutting food programs for hungry kids. But here in Virginia, I am working with our state legislature to lower costs and make the Commonwealth more affordable.
I'm sure.
And it's not just me. Democrats across the country are laser focused on affordability in our nation's capital and in state capitals and communities across America. In the most innovative and exceptional nation in the history of the world, Americans deserve to know that their leaders are focused on addressing the problems that keep them up at night. Problems.
Dough, Canadian $20. You're most welcome. It's my pleasure. Hope you guys enjoy the rest.
Dictate where you live, whether you can afford to start a business or whether you have to skip a prescription in order to buy groceries. So I'll ask again.
All the way from.
Is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? We all know the answer is no. I grew up in a house of service. My mother was a nurse and my father was a career law enforcement officer. I began my career by following in my father's footsteps as a federal agent, working money laundering and narcotics cases.
For the government.
I worked side by side with local and state police to keep our community safe.
Bitch, you've never fucking been in the private sector. You've never held a real job before. Go fuck yourself. You've literally lived your entire life sucking on the teat of the people. You're a parasite.
And to uphold and enforce the law. Law enforcement officers across the country know that it is a unique responsibility to do the serious work of investigating crimes, comforting victims, and making arrests. It's about building trust, and that requires an abiding sense of duty and commitment to community. And yet, our president has sent poorly trained federal agents into our cities, where they have arrested and detained American citizens and people who aspire to.
She talks about the poorly trained cops. She doesn't talk about her fucking, her straight up brown shirts. They're fucking stormtroopers out there with guns. Like, what fucking planet has this stupid bitch been living on? This is incredible, man.
Americans. And they have done it without a warrant.
Shit attitude.
They have ripped nursing mothers away from their babies. They have sent children, a little boy in a blue bunny hat, children to far off detention centers. And they have killed American citizens in our streets. And they have done it all with their faces masked from accountability.
Because you'd be fucking killing them. You'd be hunting their kids down and murdering them.
Not spent investigating murders, crimes against children, or the criminals defrauding seniors of their life savings. Our president told us tonight that we are safer because
our president told us 2 years ago that the border was closed. Remember that fairy tale?
These agents arrest mothers and detain children?
Yeah.
Think about that.
Get them the fuck out.
Our broken immigration system is something to be fixed, not an excuse for unaccountable agents to terrorize our communities.
Bro, can you fucking believe this shit? They left the border open for years, and now they have the gall to give us shit because we voted to get them out. They have the gall. This is incredible, man.
After working in law enforcement, I continued my career of service as a CIA officer working undercover to protect the United States and our allies from global threats,
this
terrorism,
lady is a
nuclear
straight
weapons,
up
and the
spook,
aggression
man.
of adversarial nations around the globe.
She was working with
But as
Joe
the
Katz.
president spoke of his perceived successes tonight, he continues to cede economic power and technological strength to Russia, bow down to China, bow down to a Russian dictator, and make plans for war with Iran.
What the fuck are you
Here's
talking
the
about,
truth.
Russia
Over
and
the
China?
last year, through Doge, mass firings, and the appointment of deeply unserious people to our nation's most serious positions, our president has endangered the long and storied history of the United States of America being a force for good. So I'll ask again, is the president working to keep Americans safe, both at home and abroad?
Safer than Joe Biden and you
is no.
have worked.
In his speech tonight, the president did what he always does. He lied, he scapegoated, and he distracted. And he offered no real solutions to our nation's pressing challenges, so many of which he is actively making worse. He tries to divide us. He tries to enrage us, to pit us against one another, neighbor against neighbor. And sometimes he succeeds. And so you have to ask, who benefits from his rhetoric, his policies, his actions, the short list of laws he's pushed through this Republican Congress? Somebody must be benefiting. He's enriching himself, his family, his friends. The scale of the corruption is unprecedented.
That's true.
There's the cover-up of the Epstein files, the crypto scams.
You mean the cover-up of the Epstein files that have been covered up for, what, over 10 years? Like, forever? As if Joe Biden gave, let them out. It's kind of crazy. This lady is bringing all this shit up. It's like, you guys, you've committed all these exact same, everything that she's accused him of, they've done like tenfold.
Foreign princes for airplanes and billionaires for ballrooms, putting his name and face on buildings all over our nation's capital. This is not what our founders envisioned, not by a long shot.
What did they envision? Tell us.
Okay, go off.
What was it they envisioned?
So I'll ask again, is the president working for you? We all know the answer is no. But here's the special thing about America. On our 250th anniversary, we know better than any nation what is possible when ordinary citizens, like those who once dreamed right here in this room, reject the unacceptable and demand more of their government. We see
reject the laws on our books, reject the laws that Congress ratified, reject the election, reject for what over half the country voted for. And this lady's got some fucking.
In the determination of students organizing school walkouts all across the country, whose voices are becoming so powerful that the governor of Texas seeks to silence them.
Oh, please.
We see it in the bravery of Americans in Minnesota standing up for their communities.
The cops aren't brave, you see. It's the insane criminals on the streets committing crimes and attacking them, harassing them. They're the heroes, you see. Those people are the heroes. The violent psychopaths attacking our fucking officers. Like,
protesting in sub-zero temperatures to carpooling children to school so that their immigrant parents are not ripped away from them in the parking lot. As a mother of 3 school-aged daughters, I am inspired by their bravery.
Ugh.
But I am sickened that it is necessary. And Americans across the country are taking action. They are going to the ballot box to reject this chaos. With their votes, they are writing a new story, a more hopeful story. In November,
they're trying to destroy the U.S.,
15 points.
America. They want a fucking communist utopia, I guess, or some shit. This is incredible.
And we won 13 new seats in our state legislature. Because voters decided they wanted something different. Our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between. because they knew as citizens they could demand more, that they could vote for what they believe matters, and that they didn't need to be constrained by a party or political affiliation.
Right, and that's what's crazy
This is happening across the country.
With kids. They think, oh, the kids are out protesting. It's like, you know how despicable it is to use the ignorant as tools, children who can't consent. Do you know how sickening that is? That you're brainwashing children to advocate for you? Like, oh my God, man, abusing your positions of authority? Ugh.
Jersey elected Mikey Sherrill as governor in a double-digit victory.
Evil,
Democrats flipped state legislative seats in places like Georgia, Iowa, Mississippi, and Texas. The list goes on and on. Ordinary Americans are stepping up to run in the spirit of our forefathers. They are running to demand more and to do more for their neighbors and communities. I know this story well. I first ran for office in 2018 alongside dozens of other Democrats who did the seemingly impossible, flipping 41 seats in Congress. In my case, I was the first Democrat elected in 50 years, swinging our district 17 points. Those who are stepping up now to run will win in November because Americans, you at home, know you can demand more and that we are working to lower costs. We are working to keep our communities and our country safe, and we are working for you. In his farewell address, George Washington warned us about the possibility of, quote, cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men rising to power. But he also encouraged us, all Americans, to unite in a common cause, to move this nation forward.
Women.
That is our charge once more, and that is what we are seeing across the country. It is deeply American and patriotic to do so, and it is how we ensure that the state of our union remains strong, not just this year, but for the next 250 years as well, because we, the people, have the power to make change, the power to stand up for what is right, the power to demand more of our nation.
All right. Wrap it up, lady.
May God bless the Commonwealth of Virginia, and may God bless the United States of America.
I love when they turn to the side, don't you? I love when they turn to the side.
And that was Democratic governor.
Hit him with a little nose check.
Right. Check out my profile, guys.
Hit him with a little...
I couldn't have took
early life check.
More than a couple more minutes of that.
Okay, well,
I would have just fucking cut the straw.
Here's your Democrat response. We'll talk a little bit more about the State of the Union. Then I'm going to read these super chats. Then I have to go to the bathroom.
Oh shit!
I have to go to. I just drank this huge glass of water, so I'm going to read these. But I'll hold it. I'll hold it in.
Don't relieve yourself.
It's not a problem. I'm a professional. All right. Well, let's talk a little bit more about this. Then we will get through the super chats. Then that's it. I've been streaming for 3 hours, so it's been a long stream. Well, there you have it. You know, it's a little bit clarifying once you see the Democrat response, because they actually have a message, and you can tell from that whole, I don't know what that was, maybe 5-10 minutes. From the Democrat response, they are running on the affordability issue, and that's the same thing they used to hammer Republicans last year. And for those that don't know, she is this, well, she's considered a center-left Democrat. She won in Virginia, flipped it from red to blue, carried all those delegates in the state legislature in a major upset. Like she said, she carried the state by 15 points. It was at one time considered a purple state, and they did have a Republican governor there before, Greg Youngkin or Glenn Youngkin. And so this is seen as a sign of things to come.
Yeah, it's the tides.
Virginia's a blue state, and the center-left Democrats talking about affordability
same thing happened
are going to be
Florida,
very competitive. This was in November of 2025, so just a few months ago.
God bless Canada.
And the story of that election was the same, which is that it's the
our Canadian audience here. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed the stream.
The economy is not doing as well as it should be. And at the minimum, perceptions of the economy are still not good. The public's perception of prices and the long-term economic outlook is not good. And so whether that's real or not, it's really immaterial. That's the perception. And as long as Democrats run on that, they're going to be successful. And to me, there's just a gulf between the Republican messaging and the Democrat messaging. What would you say the Republican messaging was from that State of the Union? It's really slop. It's slopulism. It's the hockey team. It's this golden age stuff, the America 250 anniversary, the veterans. And you love the veterans, but this is just patriotard slop. It's right-wing populism slop, and they're running on that. And what was interesting in the State of the Union on affordability, Trump talked about housing prices and getting mortgage rates down. He talked about healthcare and drug prices. So he talked about the issue. But maybe the most memorable thing he said about it is that he basically hand-waved away and dismissed the idea that affordability is a real concern. So he talked about some of the main issues concerning affordability, like the no tax on tips and mortgage rates and housing prices. And so he actually did weigh in on a few of those things for a little bit of time. But to me, the memorable part is when he said, oh, the Democrats are running on affordability. Well, I don't know where they got that idea from. And I think that comes across as so out of touch, especially considering the political defeat that Republicans were dealt in November, because it was all about affordability. That was Mamdani, that was New Jersey, that was Virginia. And Trump, I think, is just delusional on this issue from an electoral point of view. And he said this at rallies. He said, oh, I won affordability. I won on that issue. And it's like, no, you didn't. You're not winning on that one. You're not winning. You didn't win. Republicans aren't winning. And it's a big problem. The perception is that the economy is not doing well for one reason or another. And there are signs, there are indicators that it's doing well. Like you mentioned, the stock prices and housing prices, assets are appreciating. But in other ways, people feel like they're being stretched. People feel like they're being squeezed. There's a lot of anecdotal evidence of this. Like I said, there are some other indicators, some delinquencies on car loans, on mortgages. People feel like the economy is not doing well. And historically, that is the big indicator. Is the economy doing well? Do people feel like the economy is doing well? If they don't, you lose the election. And so what I see in the Democrat response is they are taking that to the bank. That's their playbook. That's what they ran on in November of 25. That's what they're running on now. And as long as they stay away from the thornier stuff, like, look, I think they realized the transgender issue is an albatross. Maybe even abortion didn't pay the dividends they thought it would in 2024. Now they know the playbook, which is they steer clear of the more divisive stuff. They present as normal, centrist, moderate, and they're playing up a few things. It's affordability is the big one. Lately, they're also playing up, though, the anti-corruption angle. And that's a powerful argument because these things are actually also related. Hitting affordability while also hitting on the so-called oligarchy, the billionaires, the Epstein class, that whole thing, it's a class warfare playbook. And so it's, hey, we are the working class. We are the forgotten middle. We're the middle class. And we are raising a challenge as people that are frustrated about the economy against the fat cats. And it's not a golden age, but a gilded age. And obviously what's deeply related to this is corruption. The rich and powerful are scamming us. The Trump government's a scam. And while they get rich, we suffer. That's clearly the playbook. And that's what you hear in Texas. And that's what you hear in Maine. And that's what you heard from Spanberger and Mamdani. And that's going to be the playbook in 26. And it's like I said, if you're a Trump supporter, you love the State of the Union because you're there for the slop. You're there for the theatrics. You're there for the pep rally. You're there for the soaring, half-baked, patriotard rhetoric. You're there for that kind of stuff, and you're on the team already. But for everybody else, look, if you're one of the average people tuning in and you're not aligned or not affiliated, and you think the economy's not doing well, what do you get from that State of the Union versus what you get from the Democrat response? And the same even goes for ICE. Trump had some powerful moments related to law and order about Irina Zarutska and the illegal aliens and all that kind of stuff. But the public sentiment has turned against ICE. And the public supports the border enforcement, but support for interior removals is slipping. Support for ICE is slipping. So playing up this angle about the Fourth Amendment and they don't have a warrant and this kind of stuff, you can see how, maybe that's not, I don't know that people are so ideologically into that, but it's it gets the job done, pushing back against Trump on illegal aliens. So, I don't think this was a really successful State of the Union. I don't know how many people that's really winning over. And here's the thing. You have to think about it in terms of what the goal is here. Republicans need to be playing on offense because they're down. They're way behind. Everyone knows that. With the midterms coming up, the betting markets show the Democrats are favored to win. The polling is very bad for Trump. Approval rating is lower than Trump's first term at this point in time, lower than Biden at this point in his administration. So if you're the Republicans, you're behind. And you have a huge gap to make up in terms of public support and perception. So you need to really bring it, and you need every trick that you have. I don't think they really attacked the affordability issue effectively. I don't even know that there was a coherent vision there, and I don't even think it was very likable. This culture war stuff, I think, is wearing thin on a lot of people. The partisan political stuff, it seems that as time goes on, whoever plays more into that, maybe it's more of a weakness now than it was a few years ago. So I don't know. I don't think it was very successful, but I guess we'll see what happens tomorrow. We'll have to see what the response is. I haven't even gotten a chance to see what Twitter has to say about it. I'm sort of curious. Maybe we'll check out the timeline a little bit. Let me pull up Twitter, and we'll just see if we have any live takes here.
I thought Australia hard, though, used to be really strict on their immigration. I mean,
you get people like this Reverend Jordan Wells.
You used to not be able to even get a fucking visa to go there.
The black people are not apes. That was a funny moment. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. I don't think this is going to play well. And that, to me, that is, I think the Democrats are going to take that and turn that into a layup. But maybe I'm being overly critical. All right. Well, we're going to get into the super chats. Then we'll wrap this up. It's been a long night. We'll take a look. We'll see what we got here. I don't think we have too many. Usually when I do a stream like this, it's not a ton of super chats. So should be over quickly, thankfully. All right, let's take a look.
Figureman1 sent $20. Nick, if you marry a black girl, you could have a Mike Tyson as your son. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Okay, I think actually that was from last night.
Boskyot89 sent $20. What's up, my fellow Wero? I find it hilarious people hate on people for not being white enough like you. Meanwhile, you've done more for the movement and white people than any of your detractors ever could dream of doing. You've pushed the conversation to the forefront. Fuck those ankle biters. Keep up the good work, brother.
Well, whether I'm white or not white, I'm here to support white people. That's the thing. They're all like, you're not white. It's like, I don't care. I'm pro-white. One has nothing to do with the other. People are like, well, but don't you know you're Mexican? Do you think I'm supposed to say, oh, wait a second, you're right. Okay, now I want America to be a brown shithole. Like, I'm pro-white. You can think of me as white. You can think of me as your favorite Mexican. It honestly is immaterial. I think I'm white. I think I look white. I have green eyes, white skin, brown hair. But honestly, it doesn't matter. I'm pro-white. This is a white country. People say, but you're Mexican. It's like, okay, but this is a white country. Founded by whites, built by whites, and mostly whites. And I'm here to support that vision.
He likes America the way it is.
Because it's just what is proper. I mean, it's just what is appropriate. It's apropos. So I don't, the idea that if I was identifying as mixed or as Mexican, I mean, I don't even think that makes sense. But even if I was, I wouldn't be like, you know what? America should be more like Mexico. No. America should be more white. So I know that's the part I never really got. But it's always the people that are the least confident that they're white that care the most. You ever notice that? People say, you're not white. I'm like, whatever. Yeah, fuck it. I'm Mexican. Then you get these like the Albanians, holy cortisol spike. You just joke around a little. You're like, they look like monkeys and they descend from Turks. And they go, what the fuck? We're white. We're whiter than anybody. And it's like, whoa.
He's
I don't know.
right,
you seem really bothered. Maybe you are not so confident in this assertion. That has been crazy. I said it as a joke. I'm on Sneako's stream. We're playing Fortnite. And he says, what do you think of the ASU frame mogger? And I'm riffing. We're playing Fortnite. In the same stream, I said, Sneako, how about Obama? He's your boy, huh? He's going to implement Sharia law and take all our guns. Like, it's a stream. We're playing Fortnite. It's a joke. So he says, what do you think about the frame mogger? I go, I don't know. Those Slavic people and Muslims, they're not really white. And these people have lost their minds. They took it so personally. And their effort posting on Twitter, well, according to the genetic testing, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't know. If you're white, you don't need to beat your chest about it. No one is even saying that Germans aren't white. And if you did, they just laugh at you. You say that these Muslim Albanians are not white and they chimp out. I don't know, kind of a self-report. I'm just saying. You say Slavic people and Albanians aren't white, they chimp out. That's why I said the other night, get these niggas a banana or something. Get these niggas a banana the way they're chimping out. The way the Slav monkeys are chimping out.
Sent $20. You're molding into your role zonk beautifully.
Thank you.
MN Groip sent $30. Netanyahu and especially Hitler are Hall of Fame moments in Ye's career. I actually didn't know much about you until that day. Been a follower ever since. Another reason why Ye is the go emoji. If you needed another reason. Did that day change the trajectory of your career or was it just another viral moment?
Definitely changed the trajectory, I think.
Cucker Carlson sent $20. Nick is the green ninja and Cucker is the brown ninja. D.
What's the green ninja? I don't know what that is.
Daisy Lila sent $20. Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Sale 69 sent $20. Good evening, Nick. What are your thoughts on the turning theory? E. We're supposedly in the fourth turning. I think it's all circumstance. Stay dangerous and God bless.
I think that's all bullshit. I don't put too much stock in that
Israel
stuff.
sent $30. One of your loyal soldiers. We will die for you. Masquerading. Our future fewer. Man raising hand emoji. Fucks Nico Muslim heretic.
Are you really loyal? So many people say they're loyal and they're not. So many people out there, they claim to be supporters of mine. They claim to be loyal. They claim to be my brother. And they're really not loyal at all. At all. They're not loyal to the vision. They're not loyal to the ideology. They're not loyal to me. So that's why I really have tried to shake off a lot of these people this year. We need to know who's loyal. We need to know who really has my back. Because that word gets thrown around a lot, and it's easy to be loyal, as always, when it's a generational run and, everything's changing for the better. But we need to test. We need to test people's
David Joe
loyalty.
101 sent $50. I like Hasmon Gold too, but the Tucker Expose is an S-tier litmus test for other assets. Whenever I find a new creator, I watch how they covered it. Ours is a small, small world. But it'll stop, it's all love.
Yeah, well, fortunately, it's not up to
David Joe 101 sent $20. Also, my Breaking Bad reference was a comparison to Lex Wexner being threatened by his attorney. It was, in fact, related to Lex. Again, all love, man.
Okay, I don't even remember it.
Randall from Recess sent $20. Why didn't Huckabee bring out a Jew expert during the interview to confirm BB's identity? That fat historian from Pawn Stars comes walking in to tell Tucker about Ashkenazi history. Also, the Russian operative Jackson Hinkle wants to fight you in Mexico. Maybe because that's where the ACP was founded.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Well, he doesn't want to do a debate. He challenged me to a debate. I accepted, and then he said, no, debate Haas. Because he knows he's an idiot. That's honestly the most humiliating thing of all. Not only is he stupid, he knows he's stupid. That's why he won't debate. Just look, you ask him to define communism. He can't even define it. He knows nothing about it. I met him in person. I have just some random friend. He schooled Jackson Hinkle on communism. Guy has no idea what he's doing. Also, he's not even allowed in the country. He's not even allowed in the... So, of course, he wants to fight. He wants to fight in Burkina Faso. He wants to fight in Yemen with his brownoid friends. He wants to go fight in the Middle East with all the fucking towelheads and third worlders to cheer him on because he's not even allowed in the country because he's a fucking traitor. So he can choke. He's a fucking traitor to our country. And he got raped by Shabbos Kestenbaum, of all people. Totally mocked by the Jew that's suing Harvard. It was insane. So anyway, I'll do the debate, but why am I going to travel outside of America because you're a traitor, scum, piece of shit, and what, you wanna bring in all the brown communists to cheer you on? I don't think so. We'll do a debate for sure.
FX 42,007 sent $20.
Let's debate communism.
Robot 091 sent $20. Double your audience and its collective IQ. Speak out and organize against weather modification. You don't see them spraying us? It's public knowledge. If they can do that to us, then all is lost.
Yeah.
General Dingus sent $25. You spoke on the idea that Jews are the only ones to be ensouled. This idea comes from Platonism. The bastardization of Plato's system was implemented to save their race from Hellenization, which was popular amongst the Jewish youth of the time. They changed from polytheist to monotheist and aimed to become the guardian clause.
Oh, interesting.
X02 sent $20. Didn't hear anyone shout out the USA hockey team last night. What an amazing win by our boys. God bless, Nick.
Last night? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really care about the Olympics, so... I don't know. For some, is that like a big deal for some people? I mean, I'm happy about it, but like, you got to recognize that is the definition of bread and circuses. Seriously. No tax on tips. Hey, our hockey team won the game. It's like, okay, we're in a war with Iran, okay? We're in a war with Iran. Minneapolis just ejected ICE. I don't really care about the Winter Olympics, actually, you know.
Robot 091 sent $20. The cartels are burning places with biometric data gathering cameras and technology. They are burning chemtrail airplanes. God save the Mexican people in their fight against the global elite.
Oh, brother.
Albanian Grow Pyre sent $20. You should learn about the Albanian Highlander tribes who remain Catholic and about George Castro, who the Pope called the athlete of Christ instead of calling us non-white and mislabeling us Slavs.
Yeah, I don't care, dude. Go home.
Coach's Cake sent $20. State of the Union? More like State of the Julian, am I right, guys? Sticks and 765 sent $25. Hey, go on a rant about Pritzker, please, and who should I do more research on? Who do you like for this primary? Malo Baby sent $20. Lately I felt it's important to explain to other Christians that 50% of worldwide Christians are Catholic. It's important to have a strong Pope and Vatican for all Christians, not corrupted.
Yeah.
Kinnock sent $100. Suppo, thanks for the show.
Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate
Jermaine
it.
Groper sent $20. Hey, Nick. How do I red pill my traditional German family on the lies of our history? The Alliance Christ is King sent $25. Big fan of the stream. Tonight. God bless your hard work. When are we getting a State of the Groper Union? Or a State of the... Papaleon sent $20. The Epstein zip is a nice addition to the store. Will we get the Rid Rape glove also? And how do I become a leader? I also want... Justly 17 sent $100. Is it bad that the only thing I get excited for about the State of the Union address is the memes?
Dildo glove.
Never mind our country, just give me the memes, lol.
Yep, thank you for the big super chat. For the memes. Yeah, right.
Wiggly Woogly sent $20. One's perspective on Epstein changes when they find out Virginia Giuffre, Haley Robson, and other self-anointed victims did what they accused Ghislaine Maxwell of doing.
That's a good point.
Tom Jonastown sent $20. Reformed kook here. Thanks for keeping it real.
Glad to hear it.
61 sent $50. I have my first fitness gauntlet tomorrow for STO. Highest tier of Air Force operator. Never donated to a stream, but wanted to say this. Thank you for being one of the only in good faith. Deuce Fault 07.
Hey, thanks a lot, man. Good luck.
Aiden James 22 sent $20. My professor of military history said that it is likely that military actions in Iran will lead to retaliation. What are the odds of attacks on civilians compared to an attack on military assets?
Oh, is this the same guy from yesterday that thought he was asking a good question? My professor said that if we attack Iran, they will retaliate. What else did your professor say? What else did he say? That we're going to drop bombs on them? Tell us more. He said that if we attack, they'll retaliate. Wow, sounds like a genius. Who is this person? How does he know that? Yeah, they're going to hit they're not going to hit civilians. They will likely hit military targets, but it all depends on what kind of attack it is, if they're even capable of retaliating. And if they are, then they will bomb American military sites and they will bomb military and government sites in Israel. I don't think that they will, they'll target the population centers, but I don't think they're going necessarily for civilian casualties.
Hey, H sent $20. Clapping emoji, clapping emoji. Yavin14 sent $20. Basically the only one I watch here and they never suggest you or put you in my feed FFS. You're doing bigger numbers than both soda shows they suggested to me and I'm not following either of those.
Yeah, isn't it not on the front page? No front page, nowhere to be seen. 70,000 live viewers, no front page. It's the second biggest live stream. Crowder's at 100K. He's an investor in the platform. I'm at 70K, not on the front page. Crazy.
Yavin14 sent Average John 93 sent $100. Just enjoying the show.
Hey, thank you for the big super chat.
Son of Yori sent $50. I'm only watching the SOT U because I get to hear Nick's commentary. Starstruck emoji.
Yeah.
Username for sent $20. Why is Vance so fucking fat?
I don't know. I thought he lost weight, but like, that's just the way that he carries it. the way that he wears it, it's just like he really, whenever you get that angle right in front of him, he just looks rough, man, even with the beard. Even with the beard, it's no good.
Shoeless Joseph sent $20. Got muted in the Rumble chat for pointing out that the Grow Wipers used to hold you to a standard of Made in America merch. Since you've ascended, this standard was dropped, and the new Grow Wipers seem no better than mug clubbers. I thank you for doing it right for so long. You and the OG Grow Wipers deserve much respect for it.
Yeah, that's just a stupid thing to care about, in my opinion. Like, when we talk about reindustrializing, we're not really talking about textiles. We're not talking about, do we want to have sweatshops and garment factories? I mean, maybe. But if you're going to do that, it's going to cost more money. When I say we want to bring back American manufacturing, I mean we should make steel, and we should make ships, and we should make auto parts, and we should have workshops and factories. I don't necessarily mean we need to make every t-shirt, every graphic t-shirt. Because the whole idea of industrial policy is that some industries are better to have than others. And it's obvious which ones are better. If you make missiles, well, that's a good industry to have. If you make cars, that's a good industry to have. Semiconductors, chips, these are good industries to have. These are important industries, and they are superior to other industries. Textiles are pretty low on that list, you know. So that was always the most annoying thing. Well, it's not made in America. Most of it, I believe we almost did all made in America for many years, but then people complain about the cost, and it's like, okay, well, you can't have it all ways. So.
Bigwig 84 sent $20. Did you see you mogged that black Turkish towel head on the chat scam leaderboards?
I didn't, no.
Sailing Boy sent $100. Hyenas cheering on a delirious lion.
I don't know what that is, but thank you for the big super chat.
Killdozer sent $50.
I
Bro could be
appreciate
doing
it.
100K live easy if you started at 8 p.m. EST nightly. Would be an or loss though, to be honest.
Okay.
Means Tolan sent $100. I wonder what Baron thinks of that Indian behind him, lol.
Yeah, that's crazy. Thank you for the big super chat.
Slop Inhaler sent $50. I started watching with an open mind. By the end I had an open mouth. With a gun in it. JK, thanks for the commentary.
Wow.
God bless. Grow Hyper 2324 sent $40. Trump's energy now reminds me of Johnny Cash in the 90s just letting his manager sell his soul for used car ads. He's just jumping through flaming hoops for his master at this point. 3 more years is wild.
That's not really an accurate comparison.
Killdozer sent $20. Adds a dumbass little ad-lib tag after every fucking promoter line. STF,
I've seen
You're not
that
extemporaneous,
shit.
you are retarded.
For the guy fucking
Trump?
builds a bulldozer tank.
I don't know who that's directed
Orange
at.
County Grow I percent $25. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border is President Donald J. Trump. Where's our wall, asshole?
Yeah, right?
Means Toan sent $50. Seethe, Negress.
Yeah.
Muxfim sent $100. All the hecklers were women, lol.
Yep, thank you for the big super chat. Very
Carter
funny.
11B sent $20. I wish Trump was the hero people thought he was once upon a time. The man has aura.
Yeah, I know.
Ohio Boomer Goy sent $20. When are you going back to Little St. James? Heard you were one of the survivors born there.
Yeah,
Dresden
I
Burns
guess,
sent $150. Hey buddy, long time no chat. Thanks to you, I got Christ pilled back in 2023, and went MIA on a very strange but epic spiritual journey through Dandy's Inferno. Now I'm in purgatory still working my way towards paradise. Cheers to your success.
Okay, thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate
Roy
it.
7 sent $25.
Thank you.
The problem with Trump is that he's been so disappointing, but he produces goated moments like tonight's soda where he gives you just a little bit of hope. Cheers to being let down again. God bless, stay safe, and
If
keep doing
that
what you're doing.
gave you hope, that should not give you hope. It's cheap. That's his fucking speech. This is why I have so little optimism about anything. It is a speech. It does not matter. He is the president. So he actually has executive power. He needs to do things, not give speeches. And you do the State of the Union, but when people say, oh, I like that speech, I'm really optimistic now. It is a speech. That is not any indication of where things are going. The indicator is who is hired and how effective they are. That is what matters. Who are the people that are in charge? They can say whatever they want. So don't give me this, oh, yeah, I'm kind of back on board. No, this changes nothing. Okay, and honestly, if anything, if you read between the lines, you realize this is just more of the same. This is just another stump speech. This might as well have just been taking the Truth Social posts and running them through ChatGPT. It's just all the same stuff. It's all the same complaints. It's all the same statistics. It's all the same stuff. So, we're going to get let down. Let down? You would have to be up here to be let down. I mean, okay, he gave a funny speech. It's funny. Okay, it's funny. It's self-indulgent. It's cheap. It's entertainment. But nobody should be getting their hopes up because he was comical in a speech.
Ghost 1234 sent $20. Would be dope if Trump just pulled a Saddam Hussein on all the Democrats in the audience. Pilgrim Rock sent $50. Thank you for doing what you do.
Yep, thank you.
Nick Birch sent $25. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. Niggas had me dead when they panned over to Ilhan Omar after bringing up the Somalia pirates. Democrats are worthless faggots who hate America, and that towel monkey Ilhan Omar can go fuck her cousin. You're all being deported under the Fuentes regime.
Okay, yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about.
Sneeko sent $20. W Hockey.
Hey, Sneeko, what up? My man, W Hockey. Yes, we love our sports, don't we? We love our goy ball. At least that one has white people, am I right? At least that one's for the whites. That one's for us. W Hockey, yep. Yes, the state of the hockey is strong.
Crypt84 sent $100. Trump sold tickets to the Trump train again tonight. Who bought?
Hopefully nobody, but I appreciate the big super
Shavery
chat.
sent $20. This bitch literally raised electricity in VA, raised personal property taxes in VA, invented new laws to tax Virginians more. She is a total fucking clown, and the actual taxpayers here will leave.
Yeah.
Just S0 Mess Space Cowboy sent $20. Talking about the cost of living is rich coming from a spook bitch who put a tax on all forms of delivery, raised the capital gains tax, and added around 15 other state taxes.
So I hear.
Captain Need a Drink sent $20. This Abigail Sheckelberger is a tryhard running for class president whose boring ass speech makes you vote for the barely verbal Chad. One Hoop 1 sent $20.
Yeah.
Hey man, you think it would be hard to concentrate on giving a speech with J.D. Vance sitting behind you? Zachary's 999 sent $20. What's the transgender baddie at?
Well, she wanted to be. That was crazy. That was so close. Because I was like, why is she kind of... And then Trump is like, she was transgender. I was like, oh no. Never beating the allegations. And that's another clip I'll never recover from. I was like, damn it. But then he said she wanted to be a boy. I was like, okay. So she's a biological woman, thank
Surgeon
God.
General Groiper sent $25. I was reading a book about Frederick the Great, 7 Years War, and I thought about your previous show. During this time of great morals and honor, 1700s, what was the age of consent? Grok says the age of consent was 12 to 14, puberty, but with 100% parental permission required. Age 25, you could marry who you wanted.
That's an interesting heuristic.
813 Cuban sent $20. First time watching live, glad I was able to. Keep up the good work. USA
Thanks.
emoji.
Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate
when Trump said we're the richest, most powerful empire in human history and you were shaking your noggin in agreement. Guess why? We achieved that only because of liberalism. Seethe. Broy Spool sent $20.
We achieved that because of white people.
Broy Spool sent $20. Hi. Smile.
Hey.
I am Claude sent $20. Nick, I used to be a Protestant. But after studying the early church, the Catholic Church history and Catholic teachings, I've decided to convert to Orthodoxy. We got the keys to boy. Christ is king.
Hey, well, it's your funeral. You're the one going to hell.
BRGRRS sent $20. Hey Nick, did you see that Candace is doing a new series about Erica Kirk? Are you still planning on doing the stream exposing Candace? Someone needs to shut that stupid bitch up.
No, I don't think it's even necessary at this point. I was going to go all in a year ago. Are you still planning on it? I don't know that I was ever really planning on it. We were going to do a part 3 in like August, but I don't know. At this point, I think she's kind of just doing her own thing.
Islamano sent $20. What is the only current national flag that doesn't include the colors red, white, and blue?
We did this
Low
already.
IQ Groiper sent $20. Took the towel off my head and put on one of your hats. Much better. Logan Wop sent $20.
Amazing.
Culver's has nothing on Spelunkers, Cavern Burgers, and Frozen Custard Front Royal Virginia 2263. Okay. Commonwealth Groiper sent $30. The Democrat response to the SOTA last year was Elissa Slotkin, another Jewish female first-year politician from a purple state who worked in the CIA. I thought it was the same person at first.
Wow, it's crazy.
Josh Gonzalez sent $20.
Must be
I imagine my grandpa
conspiracy.
loving your takes with me. He put a swastika on my mom's dollhouse and my dad hated it because he hates he's Italian. Going up sent $20. Albanians are the most pro-American peoples in the world. Instead of alienating Eastern Europeans, it would be best we all stick together and remember who the real enemy is.
You guys should just stop being fucking babies.
Chris Little sent
Change your fucking diaper, pussy. Like, what is this, man?
Chris Little sent $20. Fuck Israel and fuck Boeing. These super chats make me realize how subhuman most of us are. Here's $20, Nick. Clyde Frog sent $25. I'm surprised Muslims are freaking out about how many pigs were in the TV tonight.
That's hilarious.
Brent Peterson sent $100. Always America first.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah.
Commonwealth Groiper sent $30. Elissa Slotkin was the Democrat response to the SOTA last year. She is another first-year Jewish female. Going up sent $20. Would you rather have Eastern European immigrants that assimilate and become fully Americanized law-abiding citizens, ultimately increasing the white population, or would you rather have Bajiits invade America and shit everywhere? Think about it.
See, this is one of those moments when it's like you're a monkey and you don't even realize it. Like, why are we crying about who gives a shit, you know? Why are you saying we're not white? People say that to me all the time. Who gives a fuck? Like, people are just can't.
Good night.
You know what it is? White people are honestly a little bit fragile. Let's just be honest. And let me tell you why. We say the craziest shit about Jews and Muslims and blacks and Hispanics and everybody. But then you make the littlest joke. Oh, Serbians aren't white. Albanians are Muslim. And holy crash out. It's like, whoa. I mean, you know, I'm Christian. I love everybody. And, you know, I maintain we want white solidarity, but you can't make jokes. You can't say any, you know, that's honestly the tragedy of being popular enough. You just can't say anything without offending somebody. And then people go crazy. I literally say nigger every night. And I have black fans that tune in and go, that's my nigga. That guy's all right. I say one little thing, oh, Slavic people are fucking monkeys. And they go, well, yeah, we're not white, and this is, and we used to be whatever, and blah, blah. And it's like, wait, you're carrying on. Relax. I don't even know any Slavic people. It's jokes. But nobody can take a joke anymore. Our side is the most easily rage-baited side ever about fucking everything. About the Super Bowl, about Epstein, about... It's just not even fun anymore. It's that people just want to hear abuse directed in one place, and they don't want to hear anything even that's funny. They just want to hear the same thing, which is kind of irritating.
Message Nuss sent $20. An upset in the VA governor race? What do you expect when the GOP runs an incompetent black woman? Winston Earl Sears. What were they thinking?
Yeah, it's crazy. Okay, all right. That's our last super chat. That's going to do it for me. As always, remember to smash the like button, leave a comment, subscribe to the channel. I'm on the air Monday through Friday. Big thank you to our super chatters tonight. Means to an End, Dresden Burns, Canuck, Average John, Sailing Boy, Crypt, Brent Peterson, Davy Joe, Killdozer. Thanks to them. Thanks to all our super chatters, everybody that watches the show. We love you. I'll see you tomorrow at our normal time. Until then, have a great rest of your evening.
Yeah, sorry about the, the chat overlay and all that stuff. I'm using some new software. I'm actually about to add an AI bot that will like bullshit with us and stuff. And it'll do text to speech too if I want it. But anyway, yeah, I'm just tweaking that shit because, I'd like to make this stream as good as it can be.